So, today we're going to be checking out WhiskerWood. For those who pop in and check this video later and go, wait a second, this isn't available for me to purchase yet. How is Streamer playing? I do actually have exclusive early access to the game. This is the early access version that will be coming out in just a couple of days that you'll be able to buy. We did play this game, the demo version with the last Next Fest, I believe it was, and had a really good time. Granted, during the demo, there was a bit of figuring out. I have actually talked to the publisher behind it that it is intentional that this game is meant to be really hard. It is not meant to be a chill, casual city builder. Now, granted, there's difficulty settings. You can crank it up and down and all that and adjust it to your preferences, but the default settings, it is meant to be a very rough game. There's a cozy mode? Yeah. Like, you can turn the difficulty down to make it cozy. Like, I think you can even turn off a lot of the threats in the game entirely. But, basically just saying, like, the default line in the sand is meant to be very challenging for you. And then, of course, you can make it sweatier and try hard if you really want to suffer. Which we'll probably do eventually if we end up playing a ton of it. With that said, let's see, so kind of like RimWorld and difficulty approach? Yeah. Like, I would say that's a fair comparison. That may be a little harder than, like, if we're talking, like, default RimWorld's, like, neutral stance, maybe a smidge harder than that. But, you know, not up to, like, the losing is hard, like, losing is fun difficulty, whatever, in that ballpark. But anyways, to explain what WhiskerWood is, this is a colony-style city builder. Now, as far as the building goes, it's a voxel-based building system. If you're familiar with Timberborn, aesthetically and building style, it's very similar to that. And that's, like, even from what I've heard that the devs have said, like, hey, that's an inspiration and all that. Now, that said, that's kind of where the similarities end. You've basically got where you can, like, build up ramps and go up tiles, and it's based on boxes. Where it goes from there is if you're familiar with games like Tropico, where you have this colony that you set up, and you're indebted to the crown who sponsored your colony or whatever, and then they continue to just take the screws to you on taxes and all that. That's the game loop on this one, is that you continue to build up your colony, and then the cats who are the rulers, the powers that be, come in and be like, hey, you need to give us this. Hey, you need to give us that. Give more, and kind of just really take the screws to you. And then the idea is eventually we would be able to fight back and, you know, become our own independent thing. Which I'm assuming is the end game. I'm assuming that's, like, the win condition, or at least a major milestone towards winning, is, you know, winning in the colony builder, being like, you've done the stuff. My assumption would be that's when you get yourself out from under the thumb of the cats. And it could be then become antagonistic to us and privateer. Who knows? But that kind of gives you the idea. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pop into the settings. I do like to pop into the settings, just quickly kind of give everyone a quick view on what accessibility stuff we have. That way we can, you know, celebrate and recognize any accessibility function that we have. The absence of accessibility settings isn't necessarily a problem. You can design your game such that accessibility isn't a major concern to begin with, i.e., you don't have to have a setting to turn off screen shake if you don't have it. So we do have our different stuff. I will be having mine in Fahrenheit because that's just what I'm used to. But you do have the option of Celsius. I would even argue that's an accessibility thing. You got UI scaling, which is a good accessibility thing. Language is a good accessibility thing. Graphic-wise, we got all our stuff here. I am going to put a FPS limit. Granted, I have one on my video card, so it shouldn't matter. But I do that for streaming purposes. It's also good. You can Google the difference. Yeah. But we do have, like, all your typical, like, turning up and down. Having your ability to turn all these up and down is good for accessibility in the sense that it's not everyone's computer. One thing that was surprising is a lot of games when I pop in here on my settings, I usually got to crank the volume down to, like, 20-30% in most games. We're sitting at, like, 75%, and it seemed mostly fine. Now, granted, we might get in, and I might need to adjust the volume more. We'll see when we get there. You got key bindings. That's a major accessibility thing there. And all that. Yeah, no, Fahrenheit, it's basically the way to think of it is, like, 32 is freezing. I'd say, like, mid-50s and below, you're getting to brisk to outright cold. Your 70 to 80 is room temperature. And then above 80 is, this is uncomfortable. And above 100 is, no, seriously, you're going to effing die. And then it's just degrees of how much you're going to effing die. So with that said, let's go ahead and start a brand new game. So we got all this. So like you have, you know, RimWorld and all that, you have your people who have their different stuff. This is something Timberborn, for example, to show you that there is a big difference. Timberborn doesn't have traits or any of that kind of stuff, or like jobs or whatever in that sense. So you have that kind of aspect here. So that's more like RimWorld or Oxygen not included, all that stuff. Fahrenheit is human temperature. 0 is about as cold as humans could take. 100 is about as warm as humans could take. Yeah, long term with clothing. Okay. So we have different scenarios, which is interesting, because in the demo there weren't scenarios. So we have the far frontier. Fewer monarchist whiskers are sent to the far into the frontier. Tax ships arrive at a normal pace, but distance means smugglers demand more gold for bars, or more for gold bars. Pirate seas. This is part of the ocean teeming with pirates. The ransom demands are greedier, but smuggled cargo fetches a higher price. Tax ships are less frequent, and monarch loyalists. The clause will send mostly loyal monarchist whiskers. Monarchist whiskers require less approval to accept, and are happy despite the harsh conditions, but are offended by rebellious remarks. They believe factories are an affront to the king's generosity. Okay. So basically you've got like your standard start, which is what the demo was. That you have a bunch of your whiskers who are your people. You'll have a bunch of them who are not aligned with the monarchy, and then some that are. Which, you know, that has to play into the balance. You've got the pirate scenario, which means you deal with a lot more pirates, but a lot less on the monarchs dealing with you. So you're basically still having to pay people. You're just paying the pirates as opposed to the taxes. You still have both. All of these will still have both. And then you got the monarch loyalists, which is we're going to get mostly monarchistic whiskers, which basically means it'll be a lot, like, the whiskers will be easier to manage, but much harder to go against the clause as the monarchy. I'm going to stick with the default scenario we have here. I was curious if we'd see anything change here. Yeah, so these are all monarchistic. This one is a split where only one is monarchistic. And, yeah, so these two, it's not changing anything. That one, it gives us almost exclusively monarchs. Alright. So, map size, it doesn't really give me a whole different anything. We'll keep it on the normal difficulty because brand new game, we don't know where it is. Main island size. There's large, small, and oversize. I'm going to assume we want to keep it actually on large. Oversize, I assume, would allow us to build more on the main island, but the name there gives me the impression that it'll be a whole thing. We'll keep extra islands to common, barren islands to few. Honestly, other than map size, I'm going to leave everything else on its default. And ethical-ish. Let's see, a colony name. New ethical-ish shores. I don't know. Well, sure, I can't pluralize it. I'm out of characters. New ethical-ish shore. Alright, so if we look at our different crew members, you can randomize them a bunch. But it looks like, for example, this one's swift, so they move faster. They have various stats here that I don't really know what is. The gears, I'm assuming their ability to work. That's probably, the strength is probably carry weight, and then that's probably movement speed. That this one is a Miners Guild person. They have preferred food. Yeah, so they get extra food per meal, and they carry more. They have higher expectations. Okay, so because they are a New World colonist, they have 1-star expectations. And then because they're swift as a positive trait, it gives them a slightly higher expectation, which is an interesting mechanic. It means the better the person you start with, the greater their demands. We've got an Explorers Guild, who prefers hardtack and canned food. Naturally resistant to cold, not slowed by terrain. We've got a Farmers Guild, who has Does not expect much for themselves, but grows incredibly sad at the death of others. This Whisker cannot lift very much. Gotcha. So because we have two negatives, where we've got the 1 star because of a New World colonist, we also have -1 star because they're compassionate and weak. So their expectations basically are non-existent. That's interesting. I also noticed it doesn't seem like you can re-roll individuals, just the whole crew, which I think is a good balance to not have people abuse, like, design their starting people. We've got a miners guild, not a whole lot to say there. An engineer who has extremely high expectations. Yeah. So, like, your min-maxing is thing. Now, what I don't know is how many different jobs there are in the game. We don't see that listed here. I do see I have 4 different jobs present because I have 2 different people in the Miners Guild. I'm just going to roll with it. We do start with some hardtack, some woven cloaks, some machinery, and some logs. We'll go ahead and embark and just see what happens here. You rerolled the mice up to 10 times. Yeah, I think for me, when it comes to re-rolling, it would only be if I, like, looked at the list and, like, oh, I have, like, you know, either a very strong presence of just one thing, so I have a very unbalanced group, or if, like, everyone had some, like, really aggravating settings. No, you cannot, Alex. Because why? Alright, so it is loading the game. It just takes a minute sometimes. So I'd definitely say this screen could use some kind of a loading bar. Like, it's fine that's got, like, the dancing things down below me. Even if you're, like, here's a hint, even if your loading bar is unreliable on, like, what actual percentage it is, seeing a bar at least making progress is some feedback, because, like, when this stops moving, you are just kind of like, are you still working? Okay.
Royal scout ships identified your assigned archipelago as a potential colony. As part of the Royal Scouting Commission of 1681, 72 such colonies have successfully been established as a result of those brave Claw's efforts. By the King's graceful guidance, yours could be the 73rd such colony. Your most important building will be the trade dock. Without it, your colony cannot repay its debts. Therefore, I implore you to choose an island and construct your dock. Look for ample trees and berry bushes nearby.
The Underking's graceful rule, Duke Maselico, Royal Commissioner. Okay, so basically we need to look for resources. We've got all our stuff for turning the camera and all that. So we got berry bushes up here. And you're saying I should be looking for berry bushes and trees. So we got berry bushes and trees up on this island. This island looks absolutely stupid tall for trying to build on, so let's not mess with that one. We have some berry bushes right up there in the middle and a bunch of trees. Very flat-topped island, but it's going to be several floors up. That's a weird shape one. That one's got berries right... Yeah, this one's a pretty good one. We got berries and trees on the bottom area. So that's potentially a good target. This is another one that would be good later on, but it's several blocks up before I can reach the trees that I'm looking at. Oh, there are a lot of islands. I did not give credit for how big this map is. You got the berry bushes on the bottom. Oh, there's trees over here. I don't know if there's any reason to not be near the edge of the map. So this island looks pretty good. This island looks pretty good. That island looks pretty good. And we're just looking to see if I can get at the resources. So like I said, I got a bunch of trees down here and over there and down here. But what about berries on this one? Because berries we're going to collect food from. Okay, so this island here does not have easy-to-access berries. I'm liking these islands here where they have, like, the little dip in the middle. There's a bunch of these ones like that that'll be harder to use. You've got some berries, but no real trees I can get at. Okay. So the ones I'm considering is this island on the far bottom here. It looks like there's lots of ore on there as well. Or there was this one over here where I see berries and trees. That's another strong candidate. Okay, there's honestly a lot more space on this map than I really thought. I'm not going to be super picky because I'm probably going to scuff the first one. I don't see any berries in the bottom floor. You have a lot of trees and a lot of coal and a lot of iron. But I also don't see berries in the bottom there as well. So I'm leaning towards that middle island. You've got some berries. Yeah, I'm leaning towards there's this one island over here. Where'd you go? You're here somewhere. Not that one. This one. Yeah, I'm leaning towards this one. We've got berries. We got trees. We got more trees up here. We got more berries. I think this one will be good. I do also have rock salt, and I think that's... Okay, that just... It's fine. Yeah, so we got, like, rock salt and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, we're going to start by building our dock where we can fit it. And you can shove it farther in and out. I'm going to put it pretty far up to the edge over here. Okay. We need a berry-full island. Exactly. Your whiskers have arrived. So we can bring the whiskers ashore.
Warehouses are vital to preserving the market value of your tax contributions. Each warehouse has a limited capacity. Watch that you do not satiate your warehouse's capacity on worthless goods. Focus on storing resources that will benefit the kingdom. Logs, cotton, and ores. These goods will keep during long voyages and supply work for whiskers in the royal factories. To reduce carry distances, you should construct the included central warehouse schematic near your trade dock.
Okay, central warehouse. Gotcha, and the more I build it over the water, the more it costs. Because they're building like stilts or whatever. I'm going to poke it a little bit over the water. And I keep pausing all just because to give me time to figure the game out. Once I get going, I'll be pausing a lot less. But, you know, relatively into the game. So we got rock salt here, rock salt there. We got our berry bushes, we got our trees. I think that gray means there's ore there. I'm not positive on that one. At a minimum, I have a lot of rock salt. I'm not seeing any coal or anything, though. Let's see, so we need to unload the supply shipment.
Congratulations to you and your fellow colonists. Under commission of the king, it is my privilege to offer this colony charter. You embark on a mission worthy of the greatest of whiskers, and all of your kind shall thank you for your efforts. As you tame these wild lands and earn the payment for your taxes, you are doing more than any whisker before you. With your sweat, you secure the means by which some industrious whiskers might enjoy safety. Serve your king faithfully, and his peace will reign over these islands.
Alright, so as you can see, I'm going to be putting myself 135 coins in debt for starting in the island. And then 2 days they're going to come to get the taxes. Yeah, no, I'm noticing that I didn't see, like when I put my mouse over the gray, I'm not getting a thing there. So we are going to have some issues paying our taxes, which is a bad thing. So right now it's saying I got 208 coins worth of stuff in my storage. That includes my food, clothing, and everything. So I can't give it all up if we want to stay not tragic. We are going to go ahead and... Okay, so we have the woodcutter. We can start by placing you right on over there. The foraging hut. Right now, I'll put you right here. We've got the mining camp. And this is the one I'm less certain about, because I see the rock salt and all that, but I'm not actually seeing a whole lot of stuff. We'll put that there for trying to get rock salt, I guess. We have the farm, which requires planks, the earthwork, which requires planks. We have a fishing dock, which requires logs. We have Plunky right there. I'm gonna let that run for a minute. In the meantime, put a house there as well. So I'm hoping...
Paying taxes to the crown is your...
Oh, I didn't mean to skip that dialogue.
Paying taxes to the crown is your primary responsibility. Most colonies pay their taxes with ores. Copper pays best, but coal is more plentiful. Desperate colonies will ship out their construction logs. You would be wise to choose the path of non-desperation. Build and fully assign 2 workers to at least 1 mining camp.
Okay. So put you to mine.
Paying taxes to the crown.
Alright, so with that, we can tell them to extract resources. So we've got stone. That is most discouraging. You've got a tiny bit of rock salt up there, and everything else is stone. And I vaguely remember when it came to shipping stone, you just don't ship stone. So we can start over here. There's a little bit of rock salt over here. So we can start with that. Okay. So we can put you on that for right now. Now go down here and tell them to forage that. So let's cancel that and get the wood back, because we don't have the woodcutter built. A Whisker ship has arrived. Okay. So that is a very cheap Whisker who cares deeply about others, yet sometimes asks rude questions. They're pessimistic. Unsafe worker. They're compassionate. Can teach others more quickly. Sure. You won't take on any more for right now. But we need to get houses built, and we're going to need to get resources. I'm hoping that rock salt has some value. because otherwise we're potentially in a lot of trouble. As far as other places, I actually don't know how we get around between the different islands. Yeah, there's tin ore down here on this island, and iron ore. Right now, I'll assign those two to this. So I'm curious if they'll cut stuff on their own or if I have to queue up where to do stuff. Okay, so they will just cut stuff nearby. I don't have to like manually tell them each and every tree they're allowed to cut. And meanwhile, we can go down here. There's a little bit more rock salt we can pull up. Really hoping that rock salt has value. Okay, and we need more homes. I also need a food supply. That's kind of important. Okay, so that's gonna take a minute. Okay, so that takes planks, that takes logs. Okay, so we're just gonna let them continue working for a minute and try and get this all sorted. At this point in the game, the second island would be inaccessible unless it was close, and separated by shallow water. Yeah, no, that's what I was figuring is, you'd have to get some kind of upgrade to access the other islands, because that feels like a major milestone expansion kind of thing. You have the logistics. So I'll take it to the nearest warehouse, but I'm assigning that manually anyways for right now. Okay, so the rock salt, while not being super valuable, does have a little bit of value. It's 8 apiece. So we might be able to make do for a little bit here on the rock salt. We're definitely going to need to find something I can more sustainably ship. Check your tax report. Yeah, so the rock salt is worth 64 and the berries are not worth much. The rock salt's okay. Gold is obviously worth a bunch. Iron and copper and tin. Potash. Ah, that's a mineral. So it's looking like, honestly, cotton, flax, and that would be later on potentially one of the things we can start moving into to try and make things work there. So I want to let them have a chance to build the fishery so we can get stuff there. Get the fishing dock going? Yep, they're already working on it. We're waiting on wood. Potash. Okay, so it's nighttime. Dock ship is about to depart. That's fine. Right now, I'm not bringing on more whiskers to work. That means more food demand and everything else. We don't have food production online, and I don't really have jobs for everyone. So leave that alone for a moment. We can bring more people in soon enough. Plus, we don't actually have places for everyone to sleep. Yeah, there is flax over here. More mice equals more taxes. Yep. So that's the whole thing, is we got the one extra person, and I stopped there. We also have the flax, which I'm assuming is renewable. Maybe, maybe not. But that might be another source of cash. There's also a happiness with the clause that kind of one of the things you work around with that is the clause will show up and be like, hey, take these supplies from us, we're gonna put this much debt on you, and if you don't say yes, they'll get mad, and just a little mad is okay, that's manageable, but it will gradually escalate until they see you as, like, unfriendly, so they kind of really force you to take on debt, because kind of the outcome of if you just keep pissing them off is the same as if you don't pay your debts. That they'll just keep escalating until it turns violent. Alright, so we got a bunch of approval. We do have more people... Yeah, we got a bunch of these bonuses, but we do have a lot of people slept outside, so that's a big thing. So we have upcoming taxes at 225 in 2 days. You've generated a high amount of approval from your whiskers. Building a town hall will allow you to spend excess approval on powerful policies. We will worry about that when I'm not dealing with immediate crises. Such as the fact that I don't have any food. Yeah, because we have stuff like all of that. Fishing dock. So we have a sawmill for making planks. You don't require planks, do you? No, you just require logs. So sawmill for making planks. We have a stone cutter for cutting stone. We have a weaver for taking flax and making it into clothing. We have a stone shelter and the house, that's fine. We have the cafe, which gives mood bonuses. A bathing dock, which gives mood bonuses. A grave, that's self-explanatory, and a town hall. That's going to take a little bit to get there. You've got a bunch of decorations that require materials. You can also make stone pillars and walls and all that. There is a fire to generate some heat in a pinch. We have the research lab and all that, and a school. Okay, here's the supply ship. Alright, so we can choose supplies. So we can get tea, hardtack, and gears. And if we accept that, we won't take on very much debt. I could also have them give me a bunch of planks and all that, but that will increase my debt. And I can choose to refuse it, but if I do, it will make the clause mad. So I can take on a little bit of debt and get very little to show for it, or take on a bit more debt and have to deal with it. I'm going to take the small debt. I could have certainly used the wood. Do I have, like, what's my whisker situation? Yeah, I've got 2 workers who are not assigned to other stuff doing construction. Yeah, we're definitely not getting the rock salt fast enough. Big shortage of funds? Yep. And this might be a situation where we end up doing like a mulligan kind of thing. It happens. We'll tell them to mine more of the rock salt down there. Can we make... We'll add a staircase there. Once this is done. And we can try setting up one to get more berries up here, but also potentially add a farm up here somewhere. Might actually just be able to put the farm right down here. Yeah, so once I get some planks, I can potentially put a farm here and start growing flax to supplement. That's going to take a little while because I'm going to need to get the logs to keep building. You got more rock salt way over there. Now, this is one of those games that you can move your buildings at, like, no cost, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you can just straight up move your building. Alright, we've almost got at least only harvesting buildings. Gotcha. I mean, that's still fair. Those are the ones you're going to want to move the most. Okay, no workers assigned. Let's check our whiskers and see who we can spare where. So, no assignment. Interesting. So I'm not getting the choice to assign a worker to you. Like, from switching from another role or anything. Huh. That's not helpful. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that at the time when we built that. Okay, well, the next thing we want to do is let's wait to build stuff. You know, I see that we have our different types here so far as you got these symbols here. This one says apprentice and it's got a hammer symbol. So we'll have to look into that. In the meantime, gonna tell him to build another house. Yeah, so that one also means we get a hammer. So next time we get a whisker vehicle showing up, we gotta watch for an apprentice. So the good news is we do have more money's worth of goods in storage than we do debt, The bad news is, while a good chunk of that is rock salt, not all of it. So there is a chance we might have to dip in other stuff. I am hoping, because you don't, when the vehicle arrives first thing in the morning, it's not like they instantly be like, give us the cash now. You've got the most part of the day to get through before you actually have to pay it out. The downside is obviously we're pulling up all that rock salt, and it's a limited resource. Okay, so upcoming taxes, it has bumped it up to 322, which I hate. Because that actually takes us from everything is looking good to everything's right, because I built this building and they increase our taxes based on me having more buildings.
Other matters demand your attention. Housing is not a luxury. Some whiskers have already resorted to makeshift camps. I implore you to provide us shelter. We cannot survive as a colony living out in the elements. Winter's arrival will see temperatures plunge, and you cannot fight the cold with fires alone. Homes are our only defense.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm working on the homes anyways. Alright, so we definitely made mistakes. Not having a single person who can work on the farm or the fishing, that hurts us a lot. We chose an island that doesn't actually have resources of decent value, so that's another issue. So yeah, so I got 322 I gotta pay. So if I give all of the rock salt, I might be able to go and avoid having the maximum penalty against it. But not by much. Yeah, so that'll be the lessons learned. So the lessons learned is, instead of having 2 mining people, I probably want to get an apprentice in there, where I targeted the island that is like, okay, I can get the food and the wood because the game tells you, which is good. We did target one that, while it's got a lot of food and wood, as far as resources I can extract and sell, pretty limited. Okay, so you got a bit more I can toss at you. Okay, so that is getting us a bit closer. So we've avoided the maximum penalty. Are those houses also going to bring the taxes up? I believe they will. But there's the balance of, if my whiskers are upset, they will eventually cause problems. And then also there's a quest reward there that'll give me planks and trinkets. So I might actually be able to take those trinkets and then dump the trinkets on the taxes as well. Okay, there is another tile deeper. Can't get down to it. We're just gonna have to keep expanding. Okay. Yeah, so in a pinch, the berries will be enough to get me through, but berries are a little bit of a finite resource, and they're my food. but I can probably manage this times taxes if we go there. And I also remember Polished Stone had, like, can you fish? I don't have an apprentice. So that's what I was saying was one of my mistakes, is I didn't grab anyone who could work this or farming, because I didn't realize apprentice was its own role. So as a result, I don't really have what I need to deal with that. Surprised I don't see more there. So it seems like next time, tone down the number of miners, or probably skip on the farmer entirely at the beginning, go for the apprentice. Maybe not worry about the explorer either, but basically make sure I got an apprentice, just one at least. And choose an island that's got either copper or tin or iron or something nearby. Because food and wood we're doing fine on this island, but we're not getting resources I can dump through the taxes here. And I'm assuming where that was showing, like, the pattern is that there could be the salt anywhere under here. Yeah, no, I mean, this is early access, so it's not surprising to have some things that, like, maybe the game maybe should have emphasized a little bit more on, but just didn't. Send full shipment. Okay, that wiped us out, but we did send the full shipment. The downside is we gave up our food to do it, which is certainly not sustainable. Future taxes. You have met your first tax payment. Well done. We shall expect to see increased output for your colony going forward. A Whisker ship has arrived. So, we do have this person who's a craftsman. I am going to accept them, because they did have the symbol there, that I'm assuming we now have someone who can fish. Let us discuss your recent efforts. We can choose one. I can get Old Rags, a Woven Cloak 8, Discovered Stowaways, I can get an extra person. Old Charcoal. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and take the Old Rags. I don't need more people to increase my taxes. Yeah, I know I saw that it was like the hammer with 2 stars. Yeah, none of the other ones are craftsmen right now, so we're not going to take on more people. So I'm going to go here. We'll want to go to this. It'll unset those so I can get around this house. Oh, that's... Okay. So to keep things moving... But at least that means I'm bringing fish in. And we can sell fish. And we can eat fish. How big is the overall storage? 233 capacity, of which I've only put about 32 in there. Negative thoughts because a lot of people are hungry, so our approval rating just utterly imploded. Now, the good news is our next round of taxes is only $62 right now, because keep in mind that reason why that first one was so rough is the initial, like, 120 or something gold coin of the investment there. So we got a bunch of hungry whiskers. So we just need
There
our
have been reports of pirates' ransom demands in your part of the world. Under no circumstances are you to yield, or to even consider paying their exaction. Should your colony survive, report back the pirates' shakedown tactics.
I will accept your demands. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick pivot of our strategy because I'm digging that up and I'm still not seeing the rock salt. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is tell them to not bother mining that up. Not bother mining these up. Well, I do know there is some down there, so we'll let them keep digging that up to try and get at that. And then we'll move our mining operations over. The population is going to be an issue soon. I mean, we are getting food. So they are slowly eating. As we got 3 hungry ones. We are actively foraging right now. Mice cannibalism? This is not RimWorld. I know it's confusing sometimes. I keep hitting tab because of playing Farthest Frontier yesterday. Feed the mice to your kitty overlords. Send them as tribute. Okay, you'll get that piece of rock salt down there.
Other
Alright.
matters demand your attention. There have been reports of pirates' ransom demands in...
Okay, so we finished the housing requirement. So they did give us some planks and all that. We got the sawmill. The stonecutter requires planks. The weaver requires planks. But before we worry about that, let's look at the farmhouse. We have exactly enough planks to build a farmhouse. It's fine, we'll build it here. That's using up a little bit of the area we'd actually want to use, but that's okay. Okay, so we can make you berries, you flax, you cotton, you cotton, you trees. Okay, so we can get it where they give me just a few things again. I'm gonna go with a really small shipment again, just so we don't piss off the claws. And that way we're not increasing our taxes very much. And there'll be time to move this down here to get more rock salt. The last building? Oh, you're right, thank you. That would not have been useful. Where did I see the sawmill? Woodcutter, forgy, mine, farm, earthworks. Okay, sawmill way over there. Yeah, it's probably accidentally tabbed over to Weaver. That's good. That's good that we caught that early on, because if I had built the Weaver, I don't have the flax yet. It would not have been very helpful. What? Why do I have a housing shortage? Camp is idle. Can't find anything in range. That's fine. So let's go here. Cancel that spot. We can move you. And meanwhile, we need more houses. Okay. Alright. See if you can move it to another island. It wouldn't matter if I move it to the other island. The mice live here. If I move it to the other island, they wouldn't be able to reach it. I probably can move it to another island, I'm willing to bet. Yeah, like I could put it there, but it's not like the mice, you know, teleport to it or whatever. They don't have a way they could path to the other island. And there's no... I mean, actually, there is shallow water between me and this island with all the tin ore, so we probably can actually get over there. That might be worth considering down the road. Just plank over to it? Well, right now I don't have the spare planks. But yeah, we potentially be there. I also did notice you could use masonry. I was kind of hoping we could, you know, build a bridge or whatever. I'm sure there's a bridge path here. Plank path, makeshift path. Stairs. I mean, it's only 12, but yeah. We could do that. We'll wait till we have the sawmill and all that in operation, though, because till then, no luck. Actually, you will also be cotton way over there. Oh, I see. I see how this works. How do I make you go away? I'd probably do this. I understand. So I can remove this. What I don't see is how to get rid of it. Oh, here, it's probably this. Alright, so approval rating is going up now that people aren't actively starving. So our upcoming taxes are climbing. Delete doesn't do anything. Yeah, not super sure how to get rid of that. Oh, shift? Ah, I see it way down there in the bottom corner. Okay, so first, you're the berry field, your food. You'll be flax. And you're cotton. And I'm curious if people can path over the field. Because if they can, I don't mind making that whole area down there a field as well. But otherwise, I'll have to, like, separate it down here and I'll let the people path between. Yeah, so I've got some spare food. Be able to slow them down. Okay, that's not the end of the world. I think that's a reasonable middle ground. A Whisker ship arrived. Apparently Twitch is in there. I wasn't going to, but I am going to want another apprentice here. This is going to raise my taxes. And it's also going to need another house. It was way down here if you click on that. Oh, it's like literally behind me. It's like you can kind of see halfway behind me. So I am covering it, unfortunately. It's a classic, there's no good place for me to put myself. I can put myself here, I guess. But like there's UI on all the sides of the screen. Maybe actually over here? Yeah, maybe on the left side. So give me a second to move my camera so I'm not in the way. It is one downside with games in these genres. There's almost always a density of information that finding a place to toss yourself right there, maybe? I'll still cover up a little bit. Yeah, so I think this spot might be okay. I'll be covering up the pause, like fast forward those buttons a little bit, but you'll be able to see like the current event behind me. So we'll try that. Right side seems to always be the layout information section mostly. Well, a lot of games, like, they'll have any type of health or status stuff down here. You'll have like a lot of times you have something back over here. The bottom will have like any of your assigned things. Usually have like general information at the top. You'll either have like quests or inventory on the left. So it's just kind of one of those things that no matter where you put stuff, there's always a limitation somewhere. Okay, so it looks like there's more down there. So we'll queue you up to keep mining that. And keep getting that rock salt. Interestingly enough, it says the fertility is at 94%. That's probably because this field over here is on the edge. Remove rocks. Gotcha. Oh, so I could build it down here, but they'd have to clean up the rocks. So this is a little bit of flax, so at least have some flax coming in. And then we're going to get the cotton, because the cotton's big money. We can choose to harvest early, which I'm assuming massively cuts into your yield. We can try going here. They told him to expand the field a tile. But it does look like that's at least a renewable supply that I can send on. I also wonder what we'll be able to fill those in with. So like as we remove it, like being able to like fill it with stone or whatever. Oh, the earth mover? You also have all these to build at some stage. So you'll start getting unhappy about those. Allows efficient movement of resources between warehouses using carts. Gotcha, so like later on I could put a warehouse up here for all the rock salt and then have the carts bring in between locations. Okay. So I still got more homes to build. Then we got another apprentice for whenever we need it. Decoration services. Yeah, and these will be good stuff as we get along. Yeah, no, that's what I figured. I remember seeing the, yeah, earthworks. We have it right here. So I would need the cut stone. Gotcha. So I need the cut stone, and the cut stone is locked behind this factory. We probably want the weaver first, because my assumption is we would dig this up to get whatever goodies out of it, and then we can fill it up. Yeah. No, I got they would fill it up. But the idea is, like, where this is, there's nothing more for me there that I'm really seeing. It's just stone. Alright, next day done. Our approval rating took a really bad hit, mostly because of bland food and slept outside. And our population tax has gone up. We are in dire straits. Because while we got a lot of stuff for tomorrow me having more opportunity for good stuff, today me has not got those things. Meanwhile, we're going to keep telling them to expand. New guy is killing us? Yeah, well, I mean, I think what happens is I think it's each in-game day. It takes, like, whatever your population is that day and then adds tax onto it. So I don't think it's one of those things that, like, you start the day and it goes, okay, here's what you're going to be projected 3 days out. It's more like, here's what you have today, now it adds the next round, now it adds the next round until we get there. So, me assuming is like, okay, that's what we're in for. That was a bad assumption on my part. Alright, well, here's the tax man. We can start by telling him, here's your rock salt. And we'll wait to add more until later in the day. Five coin of mouse per day? That makes sense. I think we have 9 mice, so 45 a day. And then you have like a building tax and a whole bunch, well, an administrative tax and a whole bunch of nonsense. But as I mentioned before, it is intended that the game is supposed to be hard. Now, I don't know how long it takes these to grow. And then they'll be able to harvest. But we'll get there. Because then we'll be able to get the sawmill online, and that'll be more materials that are blocking later tech. Now, I can honestly see the argument of building a second farm over here. Just having one work on each of them. It does feel like if I can get a bunch of cotton stashed, the cotton seems to be pretty big money from what I was seeing. So it could be like the next run we do, as soon as we get the farm. Oh, actually, the farms take planks. Never mind. We only got the farms because they satisfied the housing need. All right. There we go, we got more rock salt. Useless curiosities that nonetheless please the claws. Alright, so we might be able to push ourselves to at least hit the minimum bar for this shipment. That we don't take the full penalty. They're getting the housing sorted, little by little. Okay, we're down to the last house being built to finally get that satisfied. That'll be the last of that salt. Got one tile salt way over here. Come on, man. Get that whole stack. Bring it over. You got 15 seconds. Hustle, hustle. Okay. So the berries actually make okay money. So that's enough to get us there. They're not going to be in time. Alright. So. I would need to get significantly more to avoid a penalty. We do get the wax seal by hitting that first mark, so I think we go with what we got. So we got rid of 2 exports, and we just gave up a couple of berries. So we are going to take a 2 trust penalty, which is pretty bad, but it's what I can afford. And there's another tile of rock salt down here. So a ship has arrived. We can take the minimum requirement here as well. I mean, actually, getting all those planks would be good. That's a mistake, and I know it. But if we get those planks online... Is this game available? It will be soon. It's coming out into early access in a couple of days. We do have early exclusive access to it, which is really awesome. But it'll be a little while. Honestly, if you're gonna build across to get to that 10, the issue I'm still gonna run into is we're gonna have to walk it the whole way back and forth. So what I think I'd like to do is I think I'd actually like to go into the manufacturing stuff. We'll have the weavers soon. I don't have enough planks for either of those, so we're just gonna wait. Worst case, those planks do have value. We can potentially use them to help supplement our taxes. But we'll work on that. But we can get the weaver, and the weaver can start making stuff. We can also potentially get services to make our place nicer, because pretty soon they'll start complaining about... All of them are like, you need 21 planks. We got 20. But yeah, it's coming out in a couple of days into early access. Let me check in exactly what date it's... I think it's like 4 days from now. So it's coming soon to early access November 6th, so 6 days. You'll be able to purchase it. And have access to it and all that. Like, I can't check to see if you can pre-order or anything like that because, you know, they gave me a key so I already have it. But yeah, it's coming out in 6 days. To check out all good stuff. This is an early preview version. All that good stuff. Alright. The Whiskers begin to doubt you. We've lost a lot of approval. A big part of that is due to bland food and a little bit from sleeping outside, eating in the warehouse, hard labor, rough and stuffy, ate raw food, dirty fur. So we need to get the planks going. Which is almost there. Because once I get the planks going, we're going to start having to satisfy our Whiskers' needs. And I guess what we'll also do here... Let's put a bridge there. And there. Oh, those instantly built. Okay, because then what we can do is go up here.
We are but humble seafarers, who having torn off the shackles of the kingdom, find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous Whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should follow their example, and do it quickly. There's nothing more detestable and worthy of destruction than a greedy colony.
Well, so we have an objective to deny them, so no. So they trashed a bunch of our houses and our farm and our woodcutting place. Okay, a Whisker ship has arrived. We're probably going to say no to this batch until we genuinely need more Whiskers. Alright, so there's nothing more for you over here. I'm going to shift you all the way over there. Pick up that resource individually and specifically. Hey, Harry, thank you for the 30 stream streak. And yeah, and this is, it's actually not out yet. It comes out on the 6th. Oh, here.
There have been reports of pirates' ransom demands.
So it gave me some logs.
Under...
But, so with that, it's not out yet. We did play the demo of it during one of the previous Next Fests. But, you know. We got to have early access and all that, which is pretty sweet. Hooded Horse, you know, was kind enough to get that all set up, which is pretty awesome. Meanwhile, we can go up here and get another area for farming set up here. And I'm just leaning really hard into the cotton, because I did see that that's a decent export price. Okay. So, a gifted teacher. And Swift.
You have been entrusted by your fellow Whiskers to lead their colony. This is the highest honor any Whisker can attain. The teeming masses of mainland Whiskers are pleading to live in colonies such as yours. They wish only to serve the crown on a wild island such as yours. Do not disappoint them. Grow your colony to 21 Whiskers, so you can start paying some real taxes.
Yay! I look forward to paying real taxes. None of those fake taxes. Those things have been pretty underwhelming. Okay, so we got all that going. We've repaired the damage. Well, we repaired a bunch of the damage. I get going. I only got one person who's not assigned who's building stuff for us. Oh, man. You have such high expectations. I'm gonna stick with what we got. And just let it slowly get done. We could probably do... is we can go ahead and unassign that Whisker to get them helping with the building for a minute. Because we actually have wood right now. What we're hurting on is the Whiskers getting around and doing the building. Alright. I don't have any more rock salt down here. What I can do is I can build a ramp up, like if we clear out some of these trees. And potentially build a ramp up here. I know they won't be able to reach it yet. Yeah, so you can't path up there. So we can move that up there. You can tell him to prioritize cutting down those 2 trees so he can build a ramp up here so he can reach that and start mining more of that. We've almost got all our homes replaced. Yeah, no, I've been very happy, like, very genuinely, I find a lot of games by Hooded Horse I very much end up enjoying a great deal. You'll definitely want to get the... we'll definitely want to get the earthworks available, start filling in these holes. Did I miss being in a stream if you demonstrate that? Yeah, you can rotate. As soon as we get the planks up and running, we'll start getting the dock to start dealing with the happiness and all that. Because our happiness, our approval rating is pretty awful right now. So we can start pulling up all this rock salt up here. We can also tell them to say forging priority. So when they finish forging all these berries, we'll reassign the forging up here to clearing all that out. And also, once this house and that sawmill are done, we're going to go ahead and build another house right away, since we already know we're going to need more housing. So I have another, what is it, 45 is going to get added on here. Okay, so we actually are doing pretty okay. We do have a lot of negatives here. The primary one being we need a bathhouse, and the other one being eating at the warehouse. Those are the 2 ones really, really hammering us the most.
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit, but that excitement is worn off. I wake up each day to the smell of damp. If our lodgings don't improve, this island is never going to be a home.
Okay, and it doesn't look like there's no limitation on how long you take to do your quests. It's not the Windows error sound. It's just like moan. Yeah, but you can take as long as you want to do these. So the only reason I think you'd not want to accept a quest is if it was something you just individually didn't want to do that thing. Okay, so getting that built. We'll plan to get the next home built right down here. Now that's being built. So services, they're getting upset about the not having basic hygiene. So go ahead and get the bathing house built. Alright. So the tax collector's tomorrow. If I do this one, I'm going to incur a lot of debt. I'm gonna do just the little shipment. Because if you say no to the shipment, you also upset the clause. I literally said prioritize those ones. Because I can't mine anything worthwhile until you do. Okay. So, I am gonna need a whisker to work. Oh no, I won't. The bathing house I don't think has a worker at it. Ah. What I can do is assign you here. Start making the planks. Yeah, that means I only have one spare person building right now. But that's okay. No, that's okay. I will say generally have a no backseating rule. Now granted, you know, nothing's really crossed that line or whatever. But yeah. Do we have goals for each map to complete, or is this open-ended? I understand it's more open-ended right now. My understanding of what happens is if you've ever played the game Tropico, it kind of goes that way where eventually, like, right now we're under the tyranny of the cats, the claws. And eventually we will separate, like, we will get out from underneath them. So my assumption is that's kind of your goal, is to reach the point that you can kind of fight back against this, you know, this group you're indebted to, that you literally are just kind of beholden to them. But we're very early game, so, you know, we don't have the ability to deal with any of that. We line to the dogs? The dogs are killed by the cats. No, actually, I have no idea. Like, there's been no mention or implication that there are dogs in the game. Because you know the cats would absolutely murder off all the dogs, if given the opportunity. Not even because of, like, any rivalry or whatever, it's just what cats do, is they just kill things. It's their natural state of being. Okay, so you're slowly working on getting the bathhouse up, so that we can hopefully get morale higher. So once again, we're not looking like we're in great shape on our taxes. I'm desperately trying to get up here. It's just not really... I mean, here, you know what? Let's solve this. Should have done this before. I could shrink that one tile away. And that opens us up to being able to put staircase there. And at least those two can get to work. They'll have to cut through an entire cotton field just to get to their day and day. What is this game? This game is called WhiskerWood. It's coming out on the 6th. We just happen to have a early preview of it, thanks to the devs. I'm hoping we'll get to harvest these relatively soon. Yeah, so we're gonna have the cats show up asking for their taxes again tomorrow. We're not in good shape for this round. Which is not a shocker, because we're not in good shape for any of the taxes. Is there someone I should be taking on? Because that's the Mining Guild, that's the Engineers Guild. Leave that round alone. So, we're getting the bathhouse online. Alright, rack up a tax bill of 377 or more. Was the achievement. Okay, so our people are very happy with us right now because everyone is housed. There are some that are very unhappy about being, you know, dirty and having to eat in the warehouse, but that's okay. The downside is, very unfortunately, our taxes are now up to 447 tomorrow. I have my entire wealth, if I were to give up literally everything I own, is 234. So we are very behind. But we can, if we can get this cotton growing. Just as the witch slip, hopefully you can grab it on release. It looks so good. Yeah. Now keep in mind it is early access, just as a heads up. So that is something that'll bother you, whatever. It is early access, but it's fine. So we got a bunch of fish. Let's wait on the fish. So I try really hard to at least meet the minimum payment. Another thing we can do is go down here. And you'll be trees. Yeah, because we got them trying to collect the rock salt up here, which is what we've been primarily selling. We are making planks finally. Cool, so the bathhouse is online. So it's at least one problem solved. So let's go to our services. We can get the cafe. That'll be another thing to build, and that'll really help with our morale as well. I'm really, really hoping that farm pays off soon. Okay. Nope, we got a full stack of salt on the way down. And to toss the heat tea into the harbor. Yeah, it's basically we are the colonies under the oppression of the crown back home, who's just gradually escalating the taxes against us. Not even gradually, it is aggressively escalating the taxes against us. Okay, did we dump all the berries and most of the fish? Okay, so we'll still take a 2 trust penalty with the clause, but we can hit the minimum partial payment to still get the royal wax seal. The claws are furious. Repeated failure to pay your debts is risking the solvency of your colony. If you do not make your next tax payment, your whiskers will be punished. It's probably fine. Okay. Let's wait to accept more people. What are we building next? And how can it make me money now? Because that really is a strong consideration in this moment. Probably the Weaver next, for the flax we're gonna get. That's only 2 extra logs to build it that way? Okay. So let's then quickly look at what we need here. It'll accept just about any worker. So I am going to take this one worker that's weak, with low expectations, and that worker is going to be the one who is going to work there. In the meantime, have you help with this? Okay. So, we got people who are upset about bland food and dirty fur and all that, but they're getting there. The upcoming taxes are significantly higher. Okay. You feel called out by some of your worker descriptions, not gonna lie. Well, it's their attributes and all that, where they can't carry as much and everything. Alright, we're also going to need another house. Weak and low expectations? Yeah. That way I have a spare house for if I need to get another person. You have got to finish growing. This is the first field we got planted. What I don't see is an easy way to tell, like, how far along these are. Because my assumption is when they're fully grown, they will harvest them. Okay. Alright, so suppliers arrived, and so again, we're going to take probably the minimum we can get away with to just try to avoid increasing our taxes. We have already really pissed off the claws, so I've really got to, I've got to get a lot more supplies here. So we're going to have 2 more days. We're going to increase our debt another 90 bucks, plus the administration fee, which I don't really know the exact amount. I believe that's like the buildings. I'm really basically rooting on this cotton coming in, and I... Yeah, so this one has the harvest symbol on it. That one has the harvest symbol. That has an up arrow. Do I need to actually tell them to... Yes, that's the only thing is I'm not clear. They don't see an option to like be like, oh, harvest it. You can tell them to harvest it early. Yeah, that's got an harvest early option. This one doesn't. But like hitting it with the harvest tool doesn't seem to do anything. So my assumption is they're gonna harvest that and we're gonna get goodies out of it. Now, it could be that they prioritize planting over harvesting, and so it's just not getting done, which would be very unfortunate if that was the case. Ah, there is a nutrient recovery. Okay, so they're no longer complaining about the dirty fur as much. Yeah, so it looks like we're requiring around $75 worth of debt a day now. So let's do another test over here. Let's go down to this area where all the dirt and all that's pretty awful. And I'm gonna choose to put that to follow. Because in theory, that's supposed to increase the nutrients of the soil, so it might be I can literally convert this awful sandy beach into not being terrible. Also, don't forget to check out Uzi Oozbort and our fantastic content creator. We're playing some Battletech, so if you're into Battletech, you can find it over there. Alright, let's, Whisker ship has arrived. I'm gonna leave that alone. So you stop removing the rocks. I'm worried they're prioritizing that. All right, let's make some adjustments. I might be making myself in trouble by continuing to have them expand. It might literally be they'll plant those last couple and then start harvesting everything. Alright, so we're planting that field. And that should be all the fields planted at that point. Okay, so we need a worker for you. Okay. So for the cafe, we could take just about any worker. We can... bring you on board. Have you worked there? Why are you playing scary music? Food is low, but it's not. Oh, it's because she picked up the whole stack of food and brought into the building over, so for like a second it's like, you have no food. Okay, they're officially harvesting. So that's the thing to be aware of. If you grow your farm very, very aggressively, they do prioritize removing the stone and planting over harvesting. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just something you gotta be aware of to not grow your fields too fast. To like add one field, let them sort it out, add the next field, let them sort it out, that kind of thing. And then once it gets established, it should be a thing that they can just keep up with it after that. So we're gonna have taxes tomorrow about 335. And I got about 87 bucks worth of inventory. We are really hoping those farmers can beeline over that cotton, because the cotton's worth good money, from what I saw. And all this cotton should be grown. If we could do that, we should be in good shape. Because it'll be good to hopefully get back in the good graces of the claws before they murder me. Okay, and today we're getting a lot of positive stuff. You're gonna go bankrupt? Bankrupt's not the concern. This is a debt. They don't cash in and force you to pay. They violence you. So like even if like I don't deal with it today, that'll be okay. They'll destroy some buildings, which is not what you want. My hope is that they'll finish getting these berries collected. Honestly, the berries are also okay money. There's the rock salt. Come on, I need you to pick that way faster. Can I tell you to pause this? There's only 3 left. Just get it done, man. We're not in good shape. We're in really bad shape, in fact. Yeah, okay. So we've learned a big lesson here. Hey, War Machine, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Been sub to the channel for 11 months, I really do appreciate that. Yeah, so we've learned some big valuable lessons. First, you have to have apprentices to work certain buildings. The other one is making your farm really big really early. Bad news. Because we don't have a good way. I mean, I could just delete this whole thing to prioritize it. So I'm accepting we're not hitting our mark, so we're just not paying. Because they're going to get pissed off at me anyways. Yep, so they didn't respond well to that. The desire to simply not pay at all, they were not a fan. So I got everything queued up to rebuild. Luckily, they did not hit the farm or the way to the farm. So if everything goes well, I should be able to go and have the cotton start rolling in. So while we did anger them greatly to a point of violence, I do believe we can mend these bridges. And half the people don't have work to do because their places of employment got destroyed. So everything's getting rebuilt. Yeah, so really one of the hard ones is to tell who I should actually be assigning to, like, this. Probably your well... We'll give you one of them. We're gonna probably need to double you up, because that is going to hit our wood supply hard. Having to rebuild half my city because we didn't pay our taxes. And for some reason, the clause did not respond well to that. Oh, the fishing dock is just gone. Glad I noticed that. Weird. So, the fishing dock was here, but when it got destroyed, I couldn't replace it back at the same spot for some reason. Okay, and it's just not gonna let me queue it up again. That's okay, I'm not really dependent on the fishing dock, but we're definitely going to want to get it replaced. They're going to leave the farmers to process the field. This might be one of those cases that if I have a field this big, I'm probably going to have 2 separate farm buildings. That there is, like, kind of a hard cap of what one farm building can handle, like, even though there's all this range. Okay, and they're getting the houses rebuilt. Alright, we're getting the first of the cotton. Okay, so you've got our 2 mining people to get back to work. So we'll keep mining that out. Okay, so food are in good shape. Rebellion fervor. Rebellion fervor in the colony leads to rumors and murmurs of a future free from the claws. Upon hearing such remarks, most workers will be inspired to work harder. Monarchists hearing such treason will complain. Okay. So basically, by being misaligned to the claws, you can gradually get your people to work harder. So there's a benefit in in-game things. Yeah, I got a bunch of people mad that we slept outside. Surprisingly, people are in good spirits. Clothing is looking like it's going to be an immediate problem. We are already building the replacement place for clothing. We just are struggling to get stuff up. We are going to need to get more whiskers to keep things moving. So we'll tuck a little house right there. Then we got some spare wood. We'll put a fishing place over here somewhere. Let's also look at the earthworks. That requires cut stone, and we don't have that. That's fine. Okay. So we need to bring someone else on board. But right now I'm going to bring another weak and pathetic one on here. We're going to go up here to our farmland, and we're going to switch you to being that. So that should give me another spare whisker to help out around here. Because we've got 4 unassigned ones. One will be assigned there. One will be assigned here. At a minimum. Then we have the fishing person will be a 3rd person, and at that point I've kind of tapped out my available whiskers. Okay, we're getting all the houses built. Plus, it gives me more whiskers to work on actually building things. Because I got a lot of stuff that's waiting on planks, and I do actually have spare planks. Okay. Later on, I'll be able to make stone paths. It'll be railroads and all that. Stone cutter will be the next building to make. But the way in those. Because then we can build the stone cutter over here, the fishing place over there. Wonder what makes the bathroom quality better or worse. Okay, so we're getting our next house built. We got the other house built. So we're only short 1 house right now. And the sawmill's coming along. You're 1 log short of having the weaver done. Okay. Yeah, so we got flax, we got tons of stone. Unfortunately, we're starting to approach the capacity of our central warehouse, which is deeply concerning. A big part of that is just all this stone that I can't really get rid of. We'll use that to fill in holes eventually, as well as to make the cut stone to do a bunch of different things, like make decorations or whatever. Okay, we're getting pretty happy, still unhappy about bland food and all that. So taxes are continuing to climb, but at least this time, I've got a boatload of money worth of cotton. Advisor, low temperatures. Temperature becoming chilling. The temperatures aren't dangerous yet, but adequate heating will improve the mood and efficiency of your whiskers. That's fine.
Do you remember the parable of the lazy cart and the busy beavers? How the lazy cart ignored the advice of the beavers and never stocked up food for the winter? How he preferred the comfort of sleeping in the sun over diligent saving? Winter is coming. We need to be like busy beavers and build up our food stocks.
Okay, we'll accept that quest. Alright. Let's not take on, because I don't really need more planks. Let's not take on any more debt that I need to avoid angering the cats more than they already are. Okay. So we're about to get our Weaver online. So we could toss you at that. I just realized you should be assigned over on this role. How do I unassign you? Okay, so let's go to our beavers. Or not beavers. Let's go to our mice, figure out.
Please, may we...
Oh, there's research. Oh, okay, we've been having, all right, we've had the option of researching this whole time and I just totally missed it. So we got charcoal, we got small warehouses, flax spinner will allow me to make flax rope, and that's research tier 1 down here, which requires a bunch of materials. So we can have covered bridges, we can get slides for them to go down. We can have long staircases. We can make nicer houses. So all of these, ultimately, so these ones will be room for 2. So you can get like a fatter one or a narrow one. So we have the research there. What is actually like trying to find is where the list of my colonists are. Because I want to shift assignments over here. Okay. How do I reassign you? It says you already work here. It's fine. I won't fight with it. It could be I can assign a apprentice in addition to that. All right, look at that. We are officially at the point of having more value than that thing. There's an assigned button if you clicked on him on the building. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright. So I'm assuming where I chose that research, I don't have the appropriate building to actually do said research. Because I did notice it didn't take the planks away from me, nor am I seeing progression there. Alright, so we got you. Okay. So with that, let's now go down to... The earthworks requires that, so the next thing on the list would be the stone cutter. Which will require me to have... Oh, you can build on top of other buildings. Cool. So we gotta wait for logs. How's the warehouse doing? The warehouse is getting close to full. Let's get that planned next. So next on the agenda is let's get here. So we have a storage shed and a logistics hub. Let's put a storage shed. And for right now, I'm gonna build the storage shed. I'm gonna build 2 of them right up there, because that's kind of central for where we have all of our cotton production and all that, so that should help out a little bit to add more supplies. I'm feeling pretty good about our situation here at the moment. I'll just have to wait for more wood. Start new day. Alright, so tax collector should arrive today, and this time I actually have enough to make them not violently attack me. Alright. Here is your cotton. Here is the rock salt. Okay, that is a fully satisfied thing. If we were to give them more, we could potentially get iron bars and machinery as well as an unknown other. And bread instead of planks. I don't think I care that much about those things, so I think we're just going to take it for what it is. We could, because all these, it's going to give me 1 more friendship. Like, we can get some other really good stuff here. We're going to send the full shipment. Excellent. The Whisker ship has arrived. Let's hold off getting anyone new, because... Okay, let us discuss your recent efforts. So you're willing to send me cut stone, planks, or woven clothing. I am making woven clothing. The cut stone I can't make yet, so let's just grab the cut stone. Because of the cut stone, I can go over here and make the earthworks. And that's exactly enough earthworks for it. And they want me to have way, way more food than I have. I am not anticipating being able to resolve that in time, which is mildly deeply concerning. I said I wasn't going to take another person, but I'm going to need a person to work at the earthwork, so I am going to take another person. We will want to go in here. Building our house there. Yeah, so you don't carry very much, but it is a little bit more capacity. That's deeply alarming that, the food's just gone. All of it. It's not part of the plan. That is what you call heckin' bad. Okay. We have some that are even hungry today. And considering it's now winter, I don't have good feelings about this. The brutal winters make for treacherous travel. As such, the king will suspend most visits to the colonies. We are confident you have prepared adequate supplies to find you in good condition in the spring. So basically, the taxes will not be coming during the winter. No workers assigned. That's okay. You are now assigned. And we're going to start this off by saying, hey, fill that back in, please. You come bearing overpriced hardtack? Deal. Long pathing, Where are you going? And you'll have to make do for right now. You can't find... Oh, you're building a log cabin. Okay, so for the moment, I'm trying to supplement our berry supply tremendously. We are getting more food happening. Let's get the fishing dock replaced. That's fine. They're gonna have to fill in that hole before they can use it, but that's okay. Just want to get that filled in for this area as well. And the good news is it does seem like they're still able to farm during the winter, which is surprising. It could be just the very beginning of the winter they can still farm, and then eventually that'll go away. Okay, Okay, so right now it's mostly stone and planks taking up our inventory. That's okay. One thing we can probably do is I could build a bridge across here to get access to the tin and everything. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Yeah, so those let me go at a medium speed. Used a bunch of planks there. We have decorations as well we haven't done anything in. We've got hanging garden. Wildflowers, ornamental tree, small flower beds. Okay. It's getting rougher out there. Yeah, because them walking past that, they'll get mood bonuses for walking past the different gardens and stuff we make. And all the food disappeared again, almost instantly. So we're in pretty bad shape, because that was our supply. It was like, okay, 10 food that might last us a couple of seconds. It did not. A supplier arrived. Don't do this to me. You know exactly what you're doing. You've made me desperate for food, and you're showing up again and again, and making me incur completely unreasonable debt that I'm going to ultimately suffer from. You know exactly what you're doing, game. And it makes sense, and I understand it. I don't appreciate it. For the record, I actually think it's clever. But also, absolute troll. How's the main warehouse doing? It's doing okay. How are my little warehouses? My little warehouses are getting pretty full. Okay, so we got spare logs now. So research. We have the research lab and the school. Definitely have room for the school. I just have to decide where I want to put it. Put the school over there. And the research lab is going to depend on cutstone. Did I queue out the building for cutstone? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is a big old nope. I didn't have the supplies before. There we go. So I've queued up entirely more than I should. And once again, we're going to have people go hungry today. And I'm suspecting we'll have another supply run come by tomorrow to give me food, to farther horrifically indebt me. Considering they want me to stockpile 84 food leading into winter, and I never got over like 10. Now it does look like well no, it's 7 days. There's gonna be bad things happening. Start the next day. Upcoming taxes is up to 487. And climbing. Alright, we're starting to have our first people starve. Decorations lift moods. That's fine, we'll accept that. Because that should absolutely be the priority right now. People are actively starving. But you know what? We can't let that stop us from living life with a little bit of nice things around us. Hungary, have you seen this tinsel? Oh, these are hanging gardens. They literally could go over top of the paths. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I read that they're hanging gardens. I just didn't think about the fact that, like, we just pop them over top. So that's the decorations. Path decorations. Those don't seem to have a cost. Okay. Turning quest. Advisor. Temperatures are becoming dangerously cold. Make sure you have adequate heating, especially for houses. Otherwise, you risk illness and death. Yeah, I don't think we need to really worry about the heating killing our people when the starvation is right there. Okay. I'm really worried for when the cats come back the very next day. They just couldn't stay away. And then they demand like 1,000 gold in taxes all at once. Well, don't worry about that. We will, we're just gonna go over here for no discernible reason. Not over there. That's got some good soil. Don't worry about it. Do you have any grapes? No. So let me guess. When someone dies, it is a mild to horrific penalty to the mood. Chilled pause. Because people are in things. Oh, it's only minus 15? That's fine. Just a minor minus 15 mood penalty.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing the season. Open containers of water are freezing over. The thought of waking up to the sight of a fellow Whisker frozen in the snow is terrifying. Please build enough houses, that 0 Whiskers are left homeless. It was never safe to sleep outdoors, but now it is a death sentence.
Yay, we did a good
Smells
job.
crept down from... Please, may we have better hours?
Instantly got success. A supplier has arrived. Oh, you are killing me. You're giving me the immediate solution to my immediate problems to create dire tomorrow problems. Because right now the upcoming tax is 667 and climbing. And that's not counting every day we're going to have the tax increase from the population and the administrative fees. Okay, so we're going to want 2 more farmers when we get the chance, and probably more industry people down the road when we're not actively in a starving situation. This game seems very rough. The default settings are designed to be difficult. It is detention. On the wallet? Oh, you mean just... I mean, but that's the whole negative, like, that's the whole pressure in the game. It's the same thing with, like, Tropico and all that. But, like, yeah, the default settings are designed to be hard. You can make it much easier. You can go, like, full-on the game wallet. Yeah. But the game is designed to be hard. Like I said, you can make the settings easier, if you so wish. Can I set a capacity of what you will go up to? Probably is. Dare you say this taxation system is predatory? Yes. Your pun is heard. And while we'll all groan a little on the inside, it is fair. Okay. Gonna move you up the hill to keep processing all these trees down. Okay, let me get all that stuff done. Alright, so we do have some people who are still a little upset about being hungry and a little upset about being chilly and for having to do hard labor. Got home before the night ended. Mood bonus. That didn't sound like you did the max amount of work. Oh. Well, that's probably really bad. Dangerously cold for workers, and harsh on industry machines. It's probably not an issue. What's a little bit of dangerously cold between friends? That's cool, the pads don't get snow on them. Yeah, that's nice so it's not impossible to see. Okay, so they are slowly getting these buildings built. That seems like it's probably bad. Everyone's little thermometer on their bodies is at its very bottom. Here, have a little bit of heat. Freezing. Deathly cold. Find heat immediately. A Whisker is dealing with severe injury or illness. Cannot work and must be treated in a triage building. Treatment is slow, but they will expire if not treated. It's only 4 or so of them. Modifier, sick. It's probably okay. So, let me just go ahead and for no specific reason, nothing you need to worry about. Just queue up some things over there. Really bad mood penalty due to frostbitten. Taxes are getting up to the 700s. A bunch of them are starving.
Our fur is not enough to hold back the winter winds. Cloaks will help us keep the warmth of campfires longer and slow the onset of frostbite. Please trade. We'll make enough cloaks for at least 13 whiskers. More.
Okay. We actually do have someone making the cloaks. I didn't mean to interrupt it, but that's fine. Alright. I'm sure they'll be fine. They only have to survive 3 more days of winter. Okay. Meanwhile, we can tell them to build the town hall. Just queue that up as well. So surprising, we still have 12 alive. Now granted, the implication here is we might have 6 dying very soon. Because they are deathly ill. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing the building that they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna need this to help them get better. So you know, that's probably a mild to severe problem. So does that warm up these crops? No. That makes sense. So we're absolutely out of food. But this is the first plate. There's the first one to check out. There's the second. There's the third. Hey, one got better. Good for you. Because there was 6 out of 6. Oh, 2 got better. I don't think the one that's up here is going to make it. They don't really need the earthworks right now. Okay, so of the 6, 3 survived, 3 died from frostbite. Do we have 2 people signed here? No, just the one. Just the one there. Your whiskers begin to doubt you. Minus 117 because they have a friend who is unburied. And then 4 are actively starving to death. So the question is, do we get to the next season? Because the good news is, I have enough money to pay my taxes. And that's what really matters. So it's looking like our first winter. Not a good time. Oh, suppliers arrived. That'll mean food. Stop killing the mice. I am neither responsible nor accepting of the situation on what happened. Because at this point, they actually have food. It did, but I noticed the temperature gauge is still showing dangerously cold. So it's not changing anything with that. It's just showing the radius of it. Their crops, like, they're harvestable. I just don't, you know, have the people to actually do the harvesting. Maybe another fire nearby? No. It literally didn't change it. Like, that's the bare minimum. Because it's not showing us having an actual temperature on here. And it's also saying that the temperature of the crop is below 5 Celsius. Or below -5 degrees. It actually doesn't say the units. So even though the temperature outside is there, it's clearly not aligned with that. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Because in real life, it'd be a completely impractical and ridiculous idea to start a big pile of fires around a plant to wait for it to grow, the amount of energy you would have to expend just to keep the area warm would be absolutely ludicrous in an open space. Like, a greenhouse is a different situation, but that's not what we're dealing with here. Got one more starving person, which I find interesting because I actually do have food right now. So when we get to the other side of the season, we are going to be bringing a lot of people in on this. We're going to be recruiting a lot of whiskers. Because season's almost over. And a big part of what's probably causing this is those earlier debts were just to pay our taxes. We had to give up food. Likely that giving up all that food is a significant contributor to the current situation. I only have one person assigned to the woodcutter. And we'll unassign you so you can actually get back to having stuff get built. It's gonna be another rough day. Mine is 195 for Unburied Friend. It's officially spring. And I don't have workers in most of my stuff. Your friend would have won it that way. So winter ends tonight. I don't have any of my farmers left. They told you the one time that you weren't there. Yep. So the good news is the crops don't die during the winter. It seems it's more a risk there. It does seem like they might slow down the rate they grow, but it's not particularly well communicated, but that's okay. In the meantime, we are getting a line of graves ready for no discernible reason. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's like the very first time you played Timberborn, and there's just, you know, your first year as a mass casualty event. Just Timberborn things, don't worry about it. Oh, you can dig underneath. Can't really get the camera down there. So we've got the issue of, I need to bring on a lot of people to get everything processing to be able to get food. I also don't have food to feed a lot of people. So that's certainly deeply concerning. But I still have 6 whiskers left. And I'm really hoping the next in-game day... Oh, good. The taxman arrives tomorrow. So that way you can take our entire winter's wealth and just delete it in one big swoop. I'm also curious, it keeps saying that the Whiskers are losing faith in me, but, oh, you know what it is. Right. I can't get the approval rating to get more people. I see. So with that, you are now unassigned. Right, because you use approval rating to get people. So I need to get polished stone so I can get graves so I can bury these people. Because unburied friend minus 234. You stop doing what you're doing. You stop doing what you're doing.
The insects are waking up for the spring thaw. Now it is our chance to maximize this year's bounty. It is time to plant crops and expand our farms. Plants will grow quickest in the warmth of summer, so these spring months are ours to till the earth and plant seeds.
Okay. Okay. Take all of the cotton. Take all of the rock salt. Take all of the trinkets. The second one of you assigned here. You are swift. Well, actually, here. You two work on that. Let's see if we can't get any more cotton out of this. I can also give up logs to make the difference. That's probably fine. Okay. Send the full thing. That'll also give me a little bit of instant influx on food. So we're going to unassign you. Alright. Supply shipment. Okay, so you're both going to give me about the same amount in food. So I'll take the cheaper one. Okay. New schematic, a charcoal furnace. I actually need the cut stone. The new schematic charcoal furnace, though. I'm going to take the schematic. I probably should go for the cut stone, because that'll let me make the graves right away. We're going to do what we can. So you got the houses. Okay, let's grab you onto that. So we have two farms going. Ah, I see. With the okay. So when I do the cotton, it murders the fertility of the soil, like straight up nukes from orbit. So then the idea is I'd have to do like one season on with the cotton and the next season off. Let's leave that one alone. Okay. So I'm really hoping tomorrow we have a boat show up with more people. Your whiskers begin to doubt you, unburied people, very low upcoming taxes. Yeah, so we're not getting food, really. So we can try to wait this out. I can also sit there and approach this. Oh, don't be pirates. Okay, Whiskers. Yeah, so what I think we're going to do, chat, is I think we're going to treat this as a lesson learned run, because where I'm at right now, I'm kind of in a holding pattern where I can't get any approval rating to get more Whiskers, and we're down to basically the starting population. So while I've advanced a bunch of tech, it's just one of those things where I'm kind of in this holding pattern where I can't really advance a lot of stuff. And we are just going to get hammered again and again between our taxes and the pirates that I think we're not necessarily in an unrecoverable state, but we're in a state it's going to take me so long to recover, we're probably better off just starting fresh, learning our lessons. For the lessons we learned, we need apprentices to make stuff like certain materials. That's one lesson learned. A second lesson learned is we need to have a lot more food set aside early. A third lesson learned is with the farms, to not make the farms too big too fast, because they will prioritize planting over harvesting, and they'll prioritize removing the rocks over planting and all that too. So if you blow up a big bunch, they plant everything and they just don't get to the point of harvesting. So it's going to be kind of like set up a field, get it going, set up another field, get it going. A third thing is that if we do cotton, it is going to obliterate the fertilization of the soil, which is fine. It just means we need to have a rotation set up, which is fine. So we got a bunch of lessons learned on all of that. What other lessons did we get? Oh, we also learned a lesson that to be mindful while the game's like, oh yeah, prioritize berries and trees, which is fine. We had very little resources early on to give to the claws, so we did get hammered by the claws a couple of times early game because I just couldn't get them anything to make them happy. So bear with me. I'm going to quickly step away and use the restroom real fast because I need to do that, and then I think we are going to do a fresh run with all these lessons learned. This is a very normal thing when you're playing a new city builder, a survival city builder, is you usually will have a failed run at the beginning. Like I said, I don't think this is beyond recovery. I think, though, I'd spend the next 2-3 hours getting back to effectively the starting point of the game, but with more buildings, which will most likely get destroyed by pirates in the meantime. Alright, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. All right. Yeah, we're doing WhiskerWood. We're just about to start a new round. Like I said, I am imagining this isn't an irrecoverable run, but to give you an idea, we're down to 6 whiskers. You start with 5, and you get to get a free one like right away at the beginning. So that's the beginning. And while we do have building, we just made a bunch of mistakes because it's our first time playing, and so that'll be a good thing to do that. Because I'd rather I actually meant to save it, but it's fine. I figure we go ahead and just get that sorted out right away. Alright, so I still like the idea of the giant world. I think all the rest of this is fine. We'll leave it all alone. We can go here and say, let's, not a rebellion. Excellent. So, oh, that's perfect. We already have rebellious. So that would give me 2 farmers. And one of them is an apprentice. So we actually do have a better start in the situation where the last time we got in trouble because I need to make planks and all that, and one of the buildings required me to have an apprentice. I think it was the fishing place, and I didn't have one. But we got our 2 farmers, we got an explorer, we got a mining person, and we got an engineer. All the rest of that's kind of fine. I'm not too worried about it. Most of our expectations are pretty low with the only exception of the apprentice, which that makes them have higher expectations. Let's see. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? But yeah, so we got all that. And I did mention before, there are the different starts. One, you have more pirates, but smuggling is worth more, and one that you have, more tax, trips and all that kind of stuff. So let's try to be a lot smarter about choosing our starting island this time. We did good on the berries and the trees. We did not do good on having literally anything to sell. It is a thing that we genuinely can probably get ourselves situated where we can get some proper farms set up early on. And I do think we're going to want to segment it into separate fields where we're like, here's the berry field, here's one, cotton field. The next field we'll focus on just like having it improve the soil and like do a rotation. Because I think we were going to run into problems with money on the second one because of being shorthanded down to just 6 people. You can only imagine farming would be critical in for the species of mice. Yeah. Well, I think it's one of those things in this kind of game that usually farming is your scalable food because you can just keep building more and more of it. Whereas foraging and fishing and stuff like that is usually not very scalable. So you use those to kind of bootstrap yourself up to the more scalable food sources. Okay, so we got tons and tons of trees and berries if we dig up. There is coal over here.
Royal scout ships identified your assigned archipelago as a potential colony as part of the Royal Scouting Commission of 1681. 72 such colonies have successfully been established as a result of those brave Claw's efforts. By the King's graceful guidance, yours could be the 73rd such colony. Your most important building will be the trade dock. Without it, your colony cannot repay its debts. Therefore, I implore you to choose an island and construct your dock. Look for ample trees and berry bushes nearby.
Okay, so tons of berry bushes there. There are trees, but they are a little bit up the hill, but I think that'll be fine. I do see there's copper here. There's potash here. So that's definitely one worth considering. And we'd be able to cut across to this side, and that's just more land to work with. That also has potash on it and a whole bunch of berries and iron. So that pair of islands right there is a strong candidate. That one's not as good. Yeah, these ones are giant spires. I'm curious how those will work long term. There's another one that's got tons of rock salt and flax and all that. That's super high. That one has physically no trees on it, so that's definitely out. No trees on any of these ones over here. Okay, this one's got tons of copper. It has some berry bushes and trees. I think this one might be our winner. Because there's 3 islands all connected to each other that I just have to put some bridges across it. I've got iron, I've got a bunch of space to work with here. We've got flax, like more berries than I know what to do with. So we can probably start over here. Because we got berry bushes there, a handful of trees here, a bunch of trees up there. We got iron, got copper. I think this is a good starting spot. I'm gonna put the dock over here where the stone is at, because I don't care about the stone. Okay, so we got initial people.
Warehouses are vital to preserving the market value of your tax contributions. Each warehouse has a limited capacity. Watch that you do not satiate your warehouse's capacity on worthless goods. Focus on storing resources that will benefit the kingdom. Logs, cotton, and ores. These goods will keep during long voyages and supply work for whiskers in the royal factories. To reduce carry distances, you should construct the included central warehouse schematic near your trade dock.
Okay, so with that I put up a pair of those so we can get up to these trees up here, those trees down there. We got all that area. Then I'll be able to build another one to get to trees up here. So we can slowly work on this. Okay, so you have to accept our initial supplies.
Congratulations to you and your fellow colonists. Under commission of the king, it is my privilege to offer this colony charter. You embark on a mission worthy of the greatest of whiskers, and all of your kind shall thank you for your efforts. As you tame these wild lands and earn the payment for your taxes, you are doing more than any whisker before you. With your sweat, you secure the means by which some industrious whiskers might enjoy safety. Serve your king faithfully, and his peace will reign over these islands.
Okay, so we get our initial debt. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the party started. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to chuck a woodcutter right there. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a forging hut here. And then we're going to want a mining camp, and the mining camp's going to get shoved way over here. And we're going to tell them to mine up the copper and the iron. Alright, we got 27, so prioritize the woodcutter. And then from there, we can't get the farm and all that yet till we get planks. But we're going to want to seek out planks early on and try and start building a farm.
Paying taxes to the crown is your primary responsibility. Most colonies pay their taxes with ores. Copper pays best, but coal is more plentiful. Desperate colonies will ship out their construction logs. You would be wise to choose the path of non-desperation. Build and fully assign 2 work.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but they were just yabbering on. Alright, so the explorer can go ahead and do that for right now. And for right now, our engineer person can do this one. And we'll have you 2 work on that. Okay. So the critical things, we've got that going. So then the next one to get going would probably be to get the housing sorted out. So there'll be a handful of houses over there. Okay, so we got Whiskers coming in. So I am going to want some... Yes, you're rebellious and all that. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and choose the compassionate one here. So we have a second one to mine. We're going to leave that alone. I'm going to need an additional one, so we'll go ahead and give you our swift one. And they can be our builder for right now. Yeah, so all 6 are assigned here. I'm going to need an additional house. So that leaves me 1 spare Whisker. Taking care of stuff for construction purposes. So we're good with all that. Was there another one I should grab? Probably not yet. Because we get another another apprentice, but I do already have one. And if we got this, we get the farmer. Yeah, we'll go ahead and plan to get the fishery again. Okay, so we're already going to be in better shape for all that. That was another one I consider as a farming thing. Oh, I can't take them anyways, that's fine. We don't have enough approval yet. Okay.
Paying taxes to the crown is...
Forgot to actually accept
Paying
it.
taxes to the crown.
Did you just give me an extra person? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I have 8. So it gave me another person. I don't know what any of their information is. So I got 2 builders. So we've got Muffin, who is a perfectionist, and a Miners Guild person. We got an Explorers Guild. So that's fine, because the Miners Guild person, we can get them somewhere later. Like when we have the thing where we can fill in the ground. Okay, we don't have the copper ore, but the copper ore supposedly is worth 21. Yeah, in the meantime, we just need them to keep cutting down trees, building the houses. We'll want to get the sawmill and all that set up in not too long. This island over here looks like a good time. It is just ore for days. When we get our planks, we'll want to bridge across here and then just start devastating this whole island. We got our first house built. Okay. Yeah, so this time, to give you an example, with having the access of copper, I already have almost enough money in just copper to pay my taxes in 2 days, and we're only on the first day. I've only mined up 2 boxes. So it should help me get over the initial ones, and then down the road we can potentially start getting the farm set up to do, you know, whatever, cotton, flax, all of that. We'll have to have a split of it. Be interesting to also fill in the area around here. Because I'm under the impression we can use the stuff to make the soil better. Okay. We still have enough to pay our taxes as is. We get a bunch more approval rating. Did you restart? Yes, we did do a restart. Basically, we did survive the winter, but we were pretty much back to start in the number of whiskers and our approval. We weren't able to get any new ones because everyone was upset that their friends were unburied, but I didn't have the means of getting the polished stone, and it wasn't like it was in an unrecoverable state, but it was one of those things like I could spend 2 hours just getting it to where I could start building things up again. Having a bunch of stuff destroyed in the interim, or just use that as a first round, we learned our lessons, move on. Okay, so if we get this, we'll get the planks. So I am going to choose that one so we can get our farms. Yeah, basically it's going to be, you know, a long time of no progress to then, you know, finally be back where it was. And I don't know how things escalate in the game. I could see it being a thing where we'd be so far behind the 8 ball that by the time we got things back up and running, you know, it could be just not sufficient. So we got this. Trying to decide where we want to build this. It's got a bunch of dark green over here, but it's not really usable yet. Is that also, because of the circle, it loops that whole area in, so probably put it right here for right now. Work on expanding those fields. That's not yet available. Yeah, the curiosity for me is you can see, like, it's not strictly a distance from the water, because, like, this has sandy up here, that's sandy way up there. So if I were to fill this in, if I were to let a field follow, would it gradually turn it into being the richer soil? Or, you know, if the soil's bad, don't answer the question. Like, this is me speaking out loud. If I let this follow for a couple of seasons, would it then make the really bad dirt good? Because, like, there's not been some comment about being able to, like, amend the soil. I mean, there is actually. You have a fertilizer addition. Soil recovers when depleted, can be replenished and boosted by things, which can also increase the recovery limit. Oh, interesting. So it could also be that the soil has a cap on how good it can be because of whatever nature, but then you can fix it by, you know, then going through and expanding that. This one's going to be our guinea pig down here. So this one's going to be to follow. You two are going to be berries for right now. Well, actually, you two will be cotton for right now. We got a bunch of berries here to at least get through the beginning. That'll be the berry field. I'll probably stop on making more fields there. And you've got the planks for construction, we're just waiting. We're still building all the houses over here, which is fine. Okay, and it's marking that there is more. Cool. So the approval rating is really Jeff Shading's being. Yep. Talking about the high approval rating. Gotcha. I'm assuming that's not
Other
the
matters demand your attention. Housing is not a luxury. Some whiskers have already resorted to makeshift camps. I implore you to provide us shelter. We cannot survive as a colony living out in the elements. Winter's arrival will see temperatures plunge, and you cannot fight the cold with fires alone. Homes are our only defense.
Okay. So tax collection. Let's wait to send it. All right, new plan. Get over to the actual copper ore.
Other matters demand your...
Okay, they also like the trinkets. Where did my farmer end up? So I had a couple of farmers. Ah, both of my farmers are on this one. So let's unassign you. We'll assign you instead. Now put our first farmer here. We'll unassign you, and we'll just leave that unassigned for right now. Okay, and... there comes a stack of copper. They have whiskers to shave around. Okay. With that, we can... yeah, we get just one more little thing of copper and all that. And that'll be enough to push it over here. And it will have our first shipment met without having to wipe it out. It's just a comment on we were playing a game called WhiskerWood. And Bassett playing Littlewood recently. That's not Stardew Valley style game. It's like something in that area, right? Okay, so this is what we got. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put just enough berries to bump that right over to there and send the full shipment. So we met our first thing with only barely dipping into... yep, and we have met our taxes, and future taxes will increase. Alright, so we want... okay, let's check real fast. We can get the thing, so I'll do the long stairs. That's a blueprint that I don't have. Okay. So we could use a foraging person. We have 2 farmers. I could use an apprentice for the fishing. And all the rest of these have the assignments. So let's go here. Let's take the apprenticed farmer and assign you here. And I could use at least one more person. Let's just get a regular old engineer. I could stop with that for right now. That does mean I got a population that's 2 higher. That means 2 more houses. Okay, we can go here. And keep mining the copper in the interim. Cool. Do we know whether the maps for each scenario are pre-made or seed? I'm pretty sure they're... Yeah, they're randomly generated.
There have been reports of pirate ransom demands in your part of the world. Under no circumstances are you to yield, or to even consider paying their exaction. Should your colony survive, report back the pirates' shakedown tactics.
Okay, so we got all that. So then list the next thing to be mined. It looks like it from this zoom level, yeah. Yeah, no, there's similarities, regardless they have like the archipelago. But I definitely, this does not look the same as when I did the last one. Okay, and we already got the fields getting farmed. Okay. Dock ship is about to depart. Yeah, it's fine. So you have nothing left to forge in range. We can go over here real quick. So long stairs have a length of 2. So that gives you a bit more to reach. Okay. So you're willing to give me some planks and all that. We'd be incurring a bit more debt. More clothing. Right now I'm going to do the small shipment. They still have planks. So they're doing okay there. We've got all the houses built, so that's good news. Let me guess, the pirates are hamsters? I'm pretty sure there are other whiskers. Oh, I've got 2 separate fields here. Let's not do that. So do this, grab you. Alright, so we got all that going. So let's go here to our other stuff. We're going to need to get our first industries online, which is a sawmill. We'll tuck that back there. And I'll also queue up put the bathhouse there. Okay. They're trying to get this all online. And this time I've got, you know, almost 100 spare food and everything. Not 150. They're doing good there. I've already got over 400 bucks worth of resources in here for tax day. Now granted, I'd like it to be more, as best we can, have it be more like copper and stuff like that. There's more copper even deeper down there. It also looks like there's a lot of copper out here, so I'm curious if we were to try and dig out here, if they put up like a retaining wall or what. Okay. Whisker ship has arrived. Alright, so what do we got this time? My pace? This Whisker works at their own pace. Okay. I will grab one engineer out of this one. Which does mean a need for another house. And I do know there's iron in the middle here that I'm going to want to clean up. So you can go and clean that up there, and then later on we'll put other stuff down. Okay. Oh, right, there's a thing where you can... Ah, I see. But how do I go up and down the Z-axis? It's not paging up and down. Okay, so ship's about to leave. That's our new people. Hi.
Hi, beautiful.
Who?
Who, me? Yes, you couldn't be then. Who? You.
I don't know, I believe that. Okay, so you got a person working on making planks now. And we are getting our home built. Gotcha, so it's important to actually use the, Oh, here we go. Okay. So they are getting a bit upset about being dirty. Is this Timberborn but mice? It has the same building style as Timberborn. There is certainly a commonality in that, but where it really kind of changes from there is if you played Tropico, the game loop is a lot more Tropico, where you have the tyranny of the cats show up to make sure to tax you, and if you don't do it, they get really upset about it. But the building style and the art style is very Timberborn-esque. Like there is very clearly an inspiration there. For those who don't know, Pancro, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a whole lot of fun stuff over there. A lot of fun chaos there. Speaking of which, the cats have shown up and they are demanding I pay the taxes. Alright, you sleep well, Basset. Thank you again for tuning in, all good stuff. Because everyone knows if cats were in charge, they would be tyrannical. There is zero question about that. Can we name the mice? We probably can. But I haven't been doing it because it's not like Twitch integrated, and I really don't feel like chasing around the mice and naming them all. Okay. Hopefully get another round of copper so that we can satisfy our needs to do that. Stop pressing. I don't want to deal with it, man. Like, it's one... excuse me. I'm not sure the cats understand how boats work. It's fine. But yeah, no, it's generally speaking, like when games you get very few pawns or whatever occasionally, I don't mind naming it because it's not like a huge interruption, or if there's Twitch integration where it can automatically name them for you. Actually, as I say that, okay, yeah, no, it's not. If there's like Twitch integration, I'm way on board for it, but when it's one of those things that you're gonna have people like regularly being named, it just ends up being a lot. That said, I could absolutely see Twitch integration for this, allowing you to have the mice named for you and everything. Alright, so we might be dipping into the berries again to satisfy our tax needs. Alright. Okay, so we will fully cover our taxes for this cycle. But yeah, I'm... Okay, so you're willing to send me planks, cut stone, and all that. I'm going to take the cut stone, because I can't make it, and the planks. And meanwhile, you're going to willingly give me more supplies. For right now, I'm going to try to minimize my increased taxes. It's such a thing that they send a supply vehicle, and they're like, all right, you can take a little supplies and take on a little debt, or a lot of supplies and take on a lot of debt, or you can turn it away, and if you turn it away, it kills your reputation. Well, it hurts. It doesn't kill. I don't want to overstate it. It hurts your reputation the same as if you skipped on paying your taxes just a little bit. So you're forcefully indebted. Alright. So we got a bunch of them that are upset because they're getting all dirty. We got a bunch of them who are upset because they're eating in the warehouse and their food is bland and raw and all that. But generally, they're mostly happy because they're getting lots of berries. So let's go lower level. Alright, we got pirates have arrived.
We are but humble seafarers, who haven't torn off the shackles of the kingdom, find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous Whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should follow their example, and do it quickly. There's nothing more detestable and worthy of destruction than a greedy colony.
Okay, and we have a mission to refuse them, so we're doing it. Thanks, man. I appreciate your immediate homicidal attack. So they mostly just trashed houses. So that actually wasn't that bad. Versus the last time they destroyed our foraging thing and our woodcutter, which hurt a whole bunch. Okay. So, this round... Let's wait to take anyone. Because the more people we take, the higher our tax demands.
There have been reports of pirates' ransom demands in your...
Okay, so they gave me
You have been
logs.
entrusted by your fellow Whiskers to lead their colony. This is the highest honor any Whisker can attain. The teeming masses of mainland Whiskers are pleading to live in colonies such as yours. They wish only to serve the crown on a wild island such as yours. Do not disappoint them. Grow your colony to 21 Whiskers, so you can start paying some real taxes.
And we'll be issued a tax credit if we succeed. So we won't even get paid. We'll get a tax credit. So grab you. Alright, so you probably want a second one. Let's go ahead and get another explorer. And the reason I'm saying another explorer is they can run around and we'll have them continue building stuff. I really don't know where I want to build this house. That's fine. Okay, meanwhile, I can go over here. Expand that field to at least be a rectangle. So, we have got a lot of this going. At any point do we get to overthrow the fat cat capital suppressors? That is my understanding what the end game is, just like in Tropico. Tropico, that's not the end of the game, and this one it probably might not be the end of the game either. But that it is a thing that eventually you will try and get yourself out from under, under their thumb. Looks like there might be a decent copper vein down there. Okay, so we can definitely get down here and start pulling up copper from deeper and deeper under the ground. And meanwhile, we're letting these two follow so they slowly get better fertilization. Okay. Yeah, so every day we're adding about 80 gold worth of taxes due to our population and administrative fees. The administrative fees, I believe, are primarily how many buildings you have, whereas
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit, but that excitement has worn off. I wake up each day to the smell of damp. If our lodgings don't improve, this island is never going to be a home.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, so I've got housing, or I've got population of 12 and housing for 10. We got housing for 11. We're getting those houses built now. We're actually doing pretty good on our wood. We do have some cut stone. So we should probably do is I get an earthworks going now with the cut stone. It would not be a bad idea to get the earthworks in here relatively early. Okay, because then we can go and pull all that up. Then we can also fill in all that area. Gotcha. So what we'll do for right now is we won't mine that spot. We'll let them mine the others. Okay. So what other stuff should we be working on? The next one is we should go to our services. They're going to still be whining about needing to eat outside or eat in the warehouse. So I'll build a kitchen right there. Alright, so with that, we had one of these ones over here. Yeah, so you're going to be unassigned. And we'll reassign you to an explorer. And then you are now going to be a person to fill in holes. And so they can use the spare stone to start filling in holes. I'm not going to be doing a ton of that front. But let's go ahead and we'll start by experimenting with squaring off those areas and seeing what we see for like the fertilization of the soil properties or whatever. Okay, that goes deep. That goes really deep. And meanwhile, money-wise, we're in pretty good shape. Because I'm starting to get the cotton up here. Which does make me think, which field is a cotton field? Yeah, so the fertilizer in the cotton field is still good for now. Once we start seeing it get pretty bad, we will switch it over and let it follow for a bit. We're in so much better shape than we were the last run. Like, I literally have $900 worth of materials stashed. And we're only going to be in for about $400 worth of taxes. If you're getting out sorted. I'm doing pretty good, Lilypad. How about yourself? Stream's going good. So you got the supplier. So I'm not hurting on any of these things. I'm going to take the minimum I can get away with without pissing off the paws. One of the other things we should do is pretty soon get the bridge across to this other island that's just basically Ore Island. But first, I think we just keep digging out all the areas we see over here. That are useful ores. So we'll just start over here and just deal with that. And imagine we'll need these ores later on for our own production stuff. Yeah, so just keep them mining over there, and we'll just slowly get that all sorted out. Oh, and we got our kitchen online. So the problem I have now is I'm going to need more whiskers to work the kitchen. So there'll be 3 more houses over there. There's a subterranean overlay? Yeah. No, I didn't even look into that the last one. Oh, it goes... It goes deep. It goes really, really deep. Okay. Actually, now that I think about rather than bridges. We can just fill that in, make that into land. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I want just that spot, not deeper. Yeah, then they can do all that. Alright, so pretty much what we're dealing with now have so much more wealth. We have 1,300 in here. Just from like all that cotton and everything we've been growing. Yeah, honestly. Okay. You think digging down would crash your laptop? Or could even handle this game? You played Odd Realm and started excavating lower layers and ores and artifacts. And it crashed. Yeah. But I think honestly we just start filling this in. And I think where we're going to source all of our stone is I'm going to send one of these camps up to the top and just have it start flattening the island. Okay, tax collector is here. Let's start with the cotton. And full shipment sorted. I don't really care about the other goods they're offering me, so get out of here. Alright, so we got more whiskers on site. Let's see. We can get another person for this and this. And you're willing to give me planks and polished stone or just hardtack. It's probably the polished stones that can't do that yet. Okay. So with all that, we've got people assigned to a bunch of this. I've got 3 people running around able to build. You are going to go ahead and have that person assigned to deal with it. So we now have our kitchen online. We're already building the other houses, which is good. So the next thing let's consider is we can get the weaver going. Alright. And now we're getting this area cleaned up. Let's go ahead and get another field starting to make happen. We'll go right up here. And you are going to be flax. That way we have a field for making the flax or making the clothes. So you understand this right. The whiskers are nondescript colonists, not limited to one societies or other whisker-bearing animals. I mean, in this game, they're just mice. All the whiskers are just mice in general. It's like the way it's here. It could be that they do have other ones. Oh no, you might be right. Have I just not noticed that? I mean, it looks like they might just be different types of mice. And meanwhile, we're not going to do it anytime soon. I do actually think we will go forward with the plan of I will slowly flatten out the top of the island to funnel building out the island on the bottom, or the lower levels. Yeah, it's fine. Gonna bring in our small ruins during development. It's only early access version for now. This mice is fine. Yeah. No, we have no idea what the future holds, as it were. Alright. Yep, so their clothing is getting threadbare and they're getting unhappy about it. Why are you eating in the warehouse? You do have food available there. Oh, big warehouse is about to be absolutely full. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is let's go over here. We'll put 2 storage buildings way over there. And I'll tuck one in between there too. We can expand our storage capacity. Meanwhile, we get the planks so we can make the town hall. We have the other things there. We'll have the weaver. We should probably get the stonecutter online and not too long either as well. Okay. You're not bringing anything exciting, so I'm going to take the cheapest one you're offering. So get the stonecutter built. And actually, for that matter, if I put you over here, you'll be right by where all that is. Okay. So. I'll take one more here. Because you'll be able to work at the stone cutter. Right, now I remember we need to make the research building. Gotcha. So the research building and all that will have stuff we need to do for it. We want to build a school. I'm gonna tuck right back here. I want to build a research lab. Which I'll put just up here. And that's going to be left to do stuff for a while. Alright, meanwhile... keep on mining down, keep on getting the iron and copper and all that stuff. So I'm honestly probably going to need to do is let's keep getting the stairs going up here. And what I eventually plan to do is, like I said, we're going to start just topping off this place. That way we can slowly get the stone back. Because right now I'm just filling the stone in here to do all this. But eventually I'll get a second mining place to just yoink stone en masse. It does make me wonder about building underground. If I could just keep going deeper and deeper and just make an underground home. Or if it's those things that, like, it must be outdoors or whatever to build a house. Alright, start the next day. So we're increasing our debt by about 100 gold every day. We have over 100 food on standby, so we're doing extremely well on all that front. And then we've got 3 builders available, so we just want to let them just do their thing for a while. We're doing okay on pretty much all materials. Okay, so after this harvest, put you to following. Okay, so there's your 3 cotton. Alright, full shipment on its way. Okay, supplier has arrived. And honestly, these machinery is more valuable to me than the other stuff anyways. So taking the lower rate is good to me. Alright, so you'll give me fuel, planks, and all that. We'll just take the planks and the cut stone. Because that'll help me build a lot of these things. Meanwhile, I can go over here. Expand that field just a little bit. can go up here and expand this field just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so my assumption of what's going to end up happening here is when these go to harvest, because I've told it to follow in the next one, it'll be like the next one it applies to. So we're like, this one's saying it has enough fertilizer that it's happy. This one here has got like, it's down to yellow. We're going to let it recover. This one, it's up to yellow, but it's still, we can let it get better. And this one, they're all in the red. Alright. Another thing we'll eventually want to do is get some paths down here. Probably also... It won't be good for us anymore this year, but probably the next year we'll want to get a second farm up and running. There's not a whole lot of space to work with. Okay, so hopefully you get the school on. Let's also check real fast. You can have more people assigned to you. Alright. So what we probably want to end up doing here is increasing our throughput on our woodcutters. Let's go ahead and plan for woodcutters to do more. Look at you to increase the woodcutters throughput. That'll open up to put more people on the sawmill. And eventually I'm going to need one of these set up to plant trees. I could potentially put that like over here, just let them go absolutely ballistic planting trees and processing them. Okay, the Whisker ship has arrived. Alright, so for this, let's check first of all, the cutting trees isn't associated with any particular skill, so that's okay, it's Explorer. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab an Explorer for cutting trees. You're going to make more timber, or planks or whatever. So leave them unassigned right now. We are going to need yet more houses. Okay, so no workers assigned. This is the stone cutter. And I need an apprentice or better. Do we have an apprentice here? We do not. You needed to have an apprentice. One of these other buildings I had someone who was an apprentice that didn't really need to be, and I don't remember which one it was. You need to be an apprentice. Okay, so I have my farmer as an apprentice. So grab another farmer. Okay, go over here. I'm gonna unset you real quick. We're gonna grab the other farmer who can't smell. I'm gonna go over here. You're assigned to do that with the stone. We don't have anyone who's educated anywhere in here, so we gotta get an educated person. They're gonna cost me a bunch. Meanwhile, Explorer and Explorer. Then go to you. And we'll have, a second person working there. Okay, so we got 2 people still building stuff. We expanded our lumber, or our plank production. We've also expanded our wood cutting. But I don't have an educated one, and there wasn't an option to get one for our research. So we can start burning material for that. Okay. And this woodcutter is slowly depleting the last of the trees around here. Then I'll probably move it up there to clear out this area. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. You'll be set to follow. You're set to follow. You're making the flax. You're fine. Okay. Yes, they're all starting to complain about their threadbare clothes. We are building the solution to that problem. Just not done yet. So our inventory's still doing good. Oh, here we can get the path up here already. Then go that way and that way. We can tell, like, we can put up an excavation place to just start knocking that out. In this case, probably knock down the, probably knock you off of that. We don't have the lumber to keep the planks going. There's no point in putting a big focus on it. We are getting the cut stone, which is nice. Let's see what we want to use it for. There is masonry where you can make sturdy walls out of cut stone. Which might actually be how we deal with the pirates, is we might like put a sturdy wall between our base and all that. And it just kind of helps. Okay, so we got that. Let's quickly go up here. You put a ramp here. And one right there. And then with that, we're going to go ahead and put a mining camp up here. Alright, so that way the next time the whiskers come over here, where we can get more of them, we can get 2 excavating whiskers and just let them start knocking down this whole area up here. And just slowly take the top off to replenish our stone. Now we can slowly terraform that island to what we want. We got the other ones who are out here collecting ore for the cache. Yeah, and that should be enough houses there to satisfy the houses worth living in objective. Our food is doing extremely well. I've got a giant mountain of fish. can also go here. Expand you out this way. Why are you two separate fields? It's fine, I'll deal with that later. Okay. So we're looking for an educated whisker, 2 excavation whiskers. We got 3 builders. You are one who does machinery. Yeah, all 3 of them are people who like run the plank place or whatever. And I'd be curious to try to avoid having the whiskers freeze to death. What we'll do this time is we'll put a couple of fires down here and there to mitigate it once it's cold enough to be dangerous. Alright. Yeah, so clothing is getting more and more penalizing. Luckily, because of how good the food is, they're just rolling with it. Okay, they are building the Weaver now. So it is good news. Alright, it's warning me that chilly temperatures are coming. Which is fine, we're still in the safe range.
Do you remember the parable of the lazy cart and the busy beavers? How the lazy cart ignored the advice of the beavers and never stocked up food for the winter? How he preferred the comfort of sleeping in the sun over diligent saving? Winter is coming. We need to be like busy beavers and build up our food stocks.
Okay, and we have completed it. Because they already had the food stockpiled. In this case, I'm just going to again take the minimum to not upset anyone. So we're well stocked for winter this time. Okay, let's go in here, grab you. Expand that field more. Okay, we got all that. That's our con field. Okay, so we got all this going on. You're cutting down the last trees you can reach from over here till we move the wood cutting. Alright, so we got you set up. So we can go ahead and we will put Niblet making the clothes. Oh, and we got the housing
Please,
done.
May we have better housing? This new island you have been entrusted by your fellow Whisker.
Okay, so we take on 3 more whiskers, then we'll be all good to the tax collector. We're probably going to need another storage building or 2 up here. Camp is idle because there are no more trees in range. So we got the one up here doing its thing. Can I get you up here somewhere? I can. Okay, so you have no workers. Alright, so we're looking for 2 excavator, 2 educated. Sorry, 1 educated, 2 excavators. Just got here, but it's getting sort of Timberborn vibes. Is it just rodents and water? Or am I crazy? It's very similar to Timberborn and how you build and its aesthetics. As far as the gameplay loop, there is no, like, bad tide, drought, regular water. Instead, it's a lot more like Tropico, where you are under, like, you're a colony under a crown who is exploiting you for taxes and is very oppressive to you. And so you're trying to, you know, build yourself up till eventually you can earn your own freedom kind of thing. So it's a lot more Tropico in the actual gameplay loop than Timberborn. But very, like, the aesthetics are very Timberborn. There's a very clear inspiration there. Yeah, also serfdom, Timberborn combo. Yeah, basically. They just don't have the idea of, at least I haven't seen any, like, water manipulation kind of stuff, nor am I seeing anything that implies that is a thing in the game. Alright, so we are getting tons of wood now. So what we can do is to help with other planks. Get a second one on here. We definitely need to bring in more people. And it is genuinely a fairly challenging game, just in the sense that the taxes are aggressive. But that said, this is my second one, and we're doing pretty good now. Let's take a look at our mines down here and see how we got this going on. So you restarted? Yeah, the very first playthrough, our winter, we had a really rough winter. I would have been able to bring it back together. It was just kind of one of those things that the time it would have taken me to get it back on its feet, I could just start a new run and be back on track. Like, we would still be trying to right the situation we ended up with now because it's just in a really bad spot. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna send a full shipment. They're gonna give me schematics and a bunch of other goodies. I don't really care about the higher up things. Okay, so we paid our taxes. That's good news. Okay, this will be the Whisker boat, which is good. We're looking for someone who is educated and 2 excavation people. So there's our 2 excavation people. There is no one educated in this group. And honestly, on this one, we have the other stuff being made. Let's go ahead and take those cloaks, because that'll deal with the immediate threadbare clothing. So we can take our people here. Let's actually take one more person here. Let's take an explorer. Establish your worker outpost by achieving a Whisker population of, I'm guessing it was 21 or whatever.
You have been entrusted by your fellow...
Alright, we got the goodies from that. So I've got 2 builders. Like a total worker of 21. And 2 there, but where do I see my housing situation? That's the one place I'm not super clear. Like, I know when it's below that we see it. Let's try to get a feel for how much we're missing. Alright, so we've got guild specialty, select education target, scholarly. Ah, I see. I see. Select a skill that students will learn requires a teacher who has already attained that level of education. Gotcha. So we're going to want someone who's an apprentice to... Spend 55 approval in 1 day. Okay. I see. So now we would assign them with a student. Well. So we're gonna slowly make people into apprentices and all that. Okay, we have our first homeless person here. They have hit the capacity of our homes. And we're about to hit winter. I do have 100-something food stored, which is good. And slowly they're getting that improved. That field's going to be left to go to follow here. Okay, I'm going to try dealing with this. So let's see what happens if I go here. That's what I was afraid of. So if I set it as a field, it immediately deletes the crop. It is what it is. Alright, press to end day. Okay, so we are officially in winter. It's not cold enough to be dangerous. I am going to set that house as a high priority. Okay, the brutal winters are treacherous to travel. As such, the king will suspend most visits to the colony. We are confident that you will be prepared adequately for supplies and that you'll have a good condition in the spring. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, so tailored cloaks, fine tea, but we are just going to, honestly with what they're offering, we'll just take the cheapest one. Let's not invite danger with other stuff. We have 2 people building that should get that house done so we don't have a homeless person during the winter. And meanwhile, we are disassembling a mountain, as you do. And once they've got all the fields harvested, we'll turn around and tell them to like clear stone and do all that stuff. Because during the winter, it all is going to grow slower anyways. Okay. Now, one of the things we're going to do when spring comes back around is we're going to set up 3 farms. One of those farms is going to be a tree farm. They'll probably put like 1 farm over on this end to start working there. We got the one down here. And then the last one I might just shove over here, even though it's not particularly good. They're berries. I'm aware. I'm choosing to ignore them. I got stuff going down here that's keeping my food. Like right now I'm at almost 200 food. So like I'm not super sweating losing a couple of berry bushes since I can plant my own. That's literally what this spot is down here. Okay. Alright, cool. So we got all but one of the houses built. So if we can get an educated person, we'll want to do that. I don't know how long the school takes to school. Oh, not actually that long. Because if we do get the, a scholarly individual, we can have them start just start teaching others. Now, the downside is I'm under the impression that's going to massively increase the expectations of everyone. So one thing we also should start doing is getting decorations up, because those will give mood bonuses as well. So we got a bunch of flowers all sorted out there. Don't worry about like hanging gardens and all that later, and making paths. Don't worry about more of that later. Alright, if we refuse the supplies, they'll get mad, so again, we're just gonna take the lower amount of supplies. And go with the decorations here again. Cool, so we got some decorations in kind of like the residential area, so as they walk through, they'll get the mood bonuses. Alright, so at this stage, it's still fine for the fertilizer and all that, but they are harvesting and whatnot. And we are starting to get that stone we wanted sorted out. Which should allow them to keep filling this in to give me access to the next island over, as well as to expand where we have this area to like make more farmland or more buildable land or whatever. But as far as research goes, I believe we're prevented from moving forward with any of that. Yeah, because I could choose that. But I'm assuming, yeah, that basically, until we get an educated person, we can't research. Berry Mountain? Yes. I'll go ahead and get storage building up here. Nothing in range. That's the foraging building. Let's start grabbing the flax and all that up there. Then we can do here. Let's expand that field. Just beyond the Candy Cane Bridge over the Fudge River? Yes. I'm glad you're aware of it. We're getting plenty of construction materials, and the buildings are getting done decently. So we can get in our fishing area. We've already got the stone cutter. We've already got the weaver. We've got the houses. town hall. That's another one we can get to happen. Oh, the town hall just looming over the town. All right. Interestingly enough, the population tax is pretty insignificant right now. I'm assuming it's because it's winter, they like back off the population tax and all that. Dangerously cold. Okay, so this is the point where we need to immediately pivot what we're doing. So I want a fire right there. I want a fire over here. I want a fire up here. Put a fire down there. Pause construction of that, get those fires done. I should have already got it done. I wasn't paying attention to the temperature. I got focused on other things. Pause that construction as well. Just get those fires online before we start having people get frostbite. So we can hopefully get the people who are stuck working on the farm and up there mining and all that, get them safe. And there'll be another fire ready over here by the mining people. They can keep popping in and out of the fire and all that. They get the one in the middle of town. Oh, I probably need one more up here too. Where you got the woodcutters. I'm sure that's good, the amount of pollution that's like literally smogging the area out. Okay, so just get the two up on the mountain getting done, and that's that one being built right there. So we should hopefully not have anyone getting frostbite this time. Because the last one, we lost 3 people to frostbite, and a bunch got sick but did ultimately survive. Okay, so with that done, we can unpause these. We are going to need even more storage. Okay. We're building a lot of storage just right out through the winter. Okay, so you don't have a student. So grab the next one. And we're just going to keep making everyone into apprentices, one by one by one. I'd like to get everyone educated. Now, the demand increases are going to be rough. Especially since I don't have the tech to deal with it. Now, once I get the town hall built, we're supposed to be able to use our approval score to do policies. And I'll be curious to see what we can actually make happen with those policies. Like how substantial they are. Yeah, so the biggest complaints we have right now is chilled paws, threadbare clothing, and bland food. Which I think is all locked behind research.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing the season. Open containers of water are freezing over. The thought of waking up to the sight of a fellow whisker frozen in the snow is terrifying. Please build enough houses that 0 whiskers are left homeless. It was never safe to sleep outdoors, but now it is a death sentence.
And
the snow has crept
done.
down from...
I already had homes for everybody. Okay, so you're fine. You're fine for right now. Yeah, so we can do here really fast. So I can combine these. That's fine, let's not combine them. So let that follow after this season. That's fine. We'll let them harvest this, and we'll get that sorted out. I'm sure this is a thing we're gonna be moving around a couple times. They say it's winter, but it's green grass. It's barely water freezing temperature. Yeah, no, I mean, but what ends up happening is the winter will go farther along and it'll all turn white. It seems to be like winter escalates until like the last day or two of winter, at which point it backs off. But you only get a couple days. To be fair, we're on a unspecific archipelago, so for all we know, I mean, we're probably not tropics with evergreens everywhere, but we could be in a relatively warm climate or something. Okay, so that's kind of your limit is right there. Alright, I'm also ready for the winter to be over because we're getting too heavy in supplies. Now granted, part of that is I massively increased the amount of whiskers I've got cutting wood and mining and all that. We can worry about that when we get there. That's coming along nicely. You got a bunch of storage buildings that are all fine up there. Yeah, so you got cotton growing there. You got berries. Oh, remove rocks. Move rocks in those as well, and you. Okay. The music's kind of Twin Peaks at the moment. Yeah, not sure when we're talking Twin Peaks or whatever. Okay. And the whiskers, there we go. There's the snow. Except for the places I have the fires keeping the area warm. The downside is I'm not sure those fires are going to last to the end of the season. I'm having them remove all the rocks. Clean up those fields. Getting tons of iron and copper and all that. Supplier has arrived. I actually really don't need you, buddy. My inventory is pretty unmanageable right now. But if I don't accept your supplies, they'll get mad at me. There, have another warehouse. Like, genuinely, I'm really not losing much food. Probably want to start checking on the whiskers and seeing what I can do to improve things for them. And as we get that topped off, we'll want to move a bunch of our storage down there. I'm kind of betting on our research giving us better opportunities as time goes on. You're one tile away from connecting us to this other island. You're doing the best you can. Okay. Just a lot of tidying to do on this. Alright, so this one no longer has any stones in it. Alright, so the first fire went out already. That is very unfortunate. So we're going to pause you again. But surviving the winter is more important than getting that building knocked out sooner. So trying to watch for the fires to go out so I can replace them. Okay, that one just went out. And there's this one. Okay, so what we'll end up needing to do is our builders need to run around to get those back online before we start losing people. But I think next time I need to wait till... Well, no, I mean, I waited till it said deadly cold. So I should run around and start rebuilding the fires. Clothing in winter. Okay.
Our fur is not enough to hold back the winter winds. Cloaks will help us keep the warmth of campfires longer and slow the onset of frostbite. Please trade. We'll make enough cloaks for at least 13 whiskers. More.
Okay, we already have 14 cloaks.
Our fur is not enough to hold back.
Thank you. Alright, so we do have them all set. So everyone's starting to get really cold, which is deeply concerning. But we have our builders out doing their job. So we should hopefully get those fires back online relatively quick. Okay, again, taking the minimum they require. Alright, first fire's back up. We got 2 up on the mound. They're getting really dangerously cold. I'm hoping they're smart enough. There's the middle of town. I'm hoping they're smart enough to run to heat if they start getting too bad off. Yeah, still got 144 meals. I've got more supplies I know what to do with. I'm also curious if we're able to see, like, I kind of wish there was like an overall storage to see where you're at. Okay, good. They got the one up there. That's where a lot of people were the coldest. Imagine eventually, instead of just these, have, yeah, I was gonna say, imagine eventually with a lot of these, we will have ways of managing heat. Oh, there's steam engines and everything. I was gonna say, you'd have ways to manage the heat that isn't just chucking down a fire. So, like, there's a very manual thing where we have to chuck down new fires again and again every year. So 0%, 0%, 0%, 3%, 5%. And that one's at 6%. That'll be all the stones picked up. Now it says 46% because just 2 tiles of stone. Alright, so we're getting pretty far into the first winter. Our food is extremely good situation. We are loaded with goods to an unmanageable degree. I'm very curious when they come back. It's like, here's the taxes. That we'll be able to see, like, what does it tell us? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, so I have almost 3,000 gold in the bank for handling taxes. You have no student. Let's get the next person in to get their apprenticeship. Let's pay attention at the end of the day, see what our negatives are, to see if there's something I can work on while we wait for that. Because right now we're stuck in a holding pattern until I get an educated person. So chilled paws and threadbare clothing. Most of the rest is... and mild pollution. So if we go over here, I can chuck you on that one. Oh, we need to unpause that building. Is this the full early access? Yeah, this is the early access version. I got early preview of the early access, became available in the last 24 hours. It'll become available for everyone else. I believe it's November 6th. Can we get a shout out for So Everdream, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good times over there and all that. Plays a lot of similar games to what we do. Was playing a really weird, like, horror game inspector thing today on stream, which was weird. Fright Fest. Yeah, so definitely go check them out. Good times over there. Yeah, no, it was weird. It was like a log cabin would come by, and you'd go inside, and you have to determine, is it safe as in nothing is moving, or is it dangerous that something inside is moving? And it was a very interesting game, in that you'd catch yourself, you know, second guessing. All right, we got a building that's nothing nearby. Okay, so this one's saying there's nothing nearby, but there's certainly more ore down in that hole. Okay. So get back down in the hole. 9 out of 10 for $4, 1.5 hours of fun times. Yeah, no, I like some of the trolling things. I won't spoil it for people who haven't played, because there's definitely a couple things that the devs did that I'm like, oh, that's clever. Yep, so this will be another island to deplete. It's just ore the whole way. But I wanted to let them get the platforms already here. Yeah, and the only reason we have no workers assigned here is I have to have an educated person, and we just don't. And we're getting no more additional recruits during the winter, so I just gotta hold out for summer, or spring, or whatever month, and hopefully we'll get an educated person, and with that we can start research. Yeah, definitely easily spoiled. Yeah, because I imagine there's probably one of those things that after you've done enough of the houses, because it felt like there was certain elements in the house that would be the things that they would swap around, change, and all that, between safe and not safe and all that. So it does kind of limit how many varieties they can do, I guess is the way I'd say it. Put some more storage there. I look forward to having better research and hopefully being able to get much bigger storage. Or having other things I could use these materials for. Okay, so you're stone free. You're stone free. You're stone free. You got 2% stones, 10% stones, 4% stones. Yeah, it's definitely a limit, like, not procedural. The game does end. Yeah, nah, it makes sense. Because you'd eventually get to your checklist of here's the 10 things and here's the ones to watch out for and all that. I think it's a really clever idea, though. To be clear, this game we're talking about, like, you're standing there at a control panel, it's like, is the house safe, is it not? And the house comes by and, like, stops on a conveyor belt, and you go inside and then check it out. And then, you know, if it's not safe, you put no. If it is safe, you push yes. And if it's not safe and you can't get the door, then you die. It also has, like, Twitch integration where you as chat can be like, oh, I think it's safe, or oh no, I think the person's gonna die. I think that's probably one of the coolest parts of it. So bulldoze the heat buildings. They don't know if, like, heat stroke is a mechanic. It's not, because it's still 32 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which is freezing temperature. But getting those out to reduce the pollution and all that. Alright. So again, I don't really need the supplies, but if I reject them, the cats will, or the claws will get mad at me. I only have one builder, which is what's going on. Right, because I'm teaching my people to have apprenticeships. Maybe after this one I'll take the take both the teacher and the person off. And hopefully we get an educated person. I'm thinking if we get an educated person, the first one, we use them to train a second one and continue to escalate. I am a little worried once we get the educated person, because they'll have higher demands, that we will struggle with that a bit. Getting the last bit of stone and all that cleaned up. And you're getting all that filled in. Okay, it looks like we got all our new storage buildings built except that one. And this thing is so close to done. Which then we'll be able to use all this approval rating to cash in for various policies, which I'm honestly very curious what kind of fantastically cursed things they'll let me have for policies. Because I definitely feel like there's room for some cursed thing. Policies unlocked. So Civic Office extends the offices to support increased paperwork, allowing for a second policy. Okay. There's the three different groups, the Weasels, the Whiskers, and the Claws. I am allowed to have two policies. It's got an area... Oh. So, the Weasels. Lift with your back, Whiskers can now carry 2 more resources. Rapid construction. Construction speed is double, builders gain 50% speed. I can unlock... Night construction, building constructions continues by candlelight. Strip mining, mining speed is doubled, but you lose 20% of the resources. And we can get stump collection. Salvaging 3 tree stumps generates an extra log. We can get the Whiskers, which is sawdust seasoning, 25% chance for food industries to produce double output. Trash burning. Fuel lasts longer in heaters, but produces the double pollution. And then you have the Claws. Stone Eyes. Speed boosts from passing statues are increased for lasting twice as long. You can get a statue that's the picture of a cat, and all the mice will run faster and stress out, but they'll work faster because of it. I did that in the demo. It was really bad. It was really, really unmanageable. It's definitely not one you want to put on a main bottleneck, but in a specific spot you want people to work better. Eureka moments. Research labs occasionally produce an extra free science. Piecework trinkets. Whiskers use their spare time to make sellable trinkets. Okay. Well, carrying resources is just fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and enact that policy. And the rapid construction I'm not so worried about. The strip mining seems like it's very short-sighted benefit. The extra food just for free kind of thing is pretty good. The trinket one is also pretty solid. You liked the double harvest one? Yeah, the double the food output? Yeah. Alright. So we've enacted policies. We got lift with your back and sawdust seasoning. Okay, so we're about to enter spring in the next year, and there's a couple things I said I was going to work on for this one. So what we're going to do here is I will be adding another farm over on this end of the map. And this is not a really good place for a farm because most of the soil is kind of rubbish. But I don't really have a better spot to put it. So I'm going to put one here. Oh, I should not do it that way. We can go over here. Okay, so we're going to let them build that, and the intention's going to be to expand our operations for the farming. So one thing I'm going to do is own farmland. Let's go over here. Make our way up this spot. Okay, so cotton, flax. We'll ramp up here, and this will be more berries. They will tell them all to remove rocks. And then meanwhile, before we click on that thing, we go down here. It's fine, I'll configure in the morning. Alright. Start a new day. Remove stone. And let that go to follow. Do the same thing over here.
The insects are waking up for the spring thaw. Now it is our chance to maximize this year's bounty. It is time to plant crops and expand our farms. Plants will grow quickest in the warmth of summer, so these spring months are ours to till the earth and plant seeds.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop the speed just a little bit while I'm working on this. And then meanwhile in this part, you're going to be trees. And same deal. Trees. Not worry about that middle layer. And trees. It'll do the same thing down here just because we're sciencing. Remove stone and follow. I don't have much expectations on how much we can improve this. Alright, so with that we will be able to get enough people. Okay. So we're gonna have them show up. We've got 3,000 worth of stuff here. But the plan is we're gonna need to be bringing more people in. I also am gonna need more houses before I forget. So let's go over here. I don't remember where we left off as far as the number of houses I had. You can also pop in here real fast to go to the decorations. Can't put one there. So there's a bunch of decorations along that main drag. They're still filling in the dirt there. Okay, and you're letting that field go to fallow. Okay, and one thing before I forget up here. So what's your range? You can get over there. Alright, so all the stones are removed. We basically have them getting processed. Maybe we need to unassign them from removing stones? It looks like I might have to. So, like, after it's sorted, turn that off. Yeah, so we're gonna go and process all that, so we can get the fertilization back up. We still have 120 food, so we're still in an amazing shape food-wise. Planks we're up to our noses in. Okay, so I need 4 more farmers. I need an educated person. You can be unassigned for right now. Yep, and they're still building storage sheds around the area. That's just taking its time. Okay, well, I mean, I guess in the meantime, you're an apprentice farmer. We'll put you on fishing to supplement the fish even farther. But I'm really hoping we'll get an educated person, because I definitely need to get that. But we'll also want to go in here and get the mushroom cultivation. It'll give me a new crop to grow, which I assume will give me more options for food. You can also use a second excavator for these filling in areas. Alright. Yeah, so still threadbare clothes is the biggest thing. Most likely... There you go. Let them work on that. Do I have... Alright, so you're already an apprentice. Alright, so we got pirates here. And they demand I give them 228 worth of supplies. I'm gonna actually give them what they want, because I've got supplies out the yin-yang, and having to rebuild a bunch of buildings and all that would be more obnoxious than helpful. Okay. No one educated here. I mentioned I could use another excavator. And we do have a farmer here. I'll also take an explorer. There's the farmer. And then the excavator goes to... Where is my, Earthworks. Okay. Alright, and so... we are going to need more homes. I got 4 homes under construction over here. There'll be 6 more homes way down there. So we need 3 more farmers and an educated person. Okay, you're ready for flax again. Okay. Well, that's an interesting bug. They have a bunch of the ladders from earlier. I'm wondering if that'll go away or if that's just stuck forever. It is early access, and like it's not even technically out yet. Just a bunch of us got early previews. Okay, that's fine. We have need of many more whiskers. The other thing we can also do... Still get all that ore there. Okay, so the biggest negative now is bland food. A ship arrived offering a trade. The smuggler offers to buy goods with gold bullion. And you're gonna give me... So I am not above smuggling. Sure. I just did that so I did a non-zero amount of smuggling. I don't think that's a good use of polished stone, but whatever. Okay, so I don't really need what you're offering. So tomorrow we'll have to pay about $1,000 in taxes, or 1,000 gold. Which is fine, we're in pretty good shape and all that, so I'm not super worried about it. What I need is more whiskers. I've got room here for a building. Probably just wait on that. We're already building. Well, actually got the houses sorted out over there. And you're still making the civic office. You're getting pretty close to the point to knocking this whole thing down. Okay, so we can unlock night construction. We'll unlock the Eureka moment. We're not going to enact it, we're just going to spend it. We got all that approval rating, let's put it to use. Now, not super worried because we're going to run out of trees to cut down up here eventually. So that's kind of just whatever. And then we just have it all in storage, that's fine. And we are going to be planting trees, but they are just working way over here to do their best. This whole area is going to suck for a while. It'll be curious as I knock this down how much of a difference it makes. Meanwhile, we won't worry about that. So I'm definitely going to part with the cotton first. That's kind of the good one because it just I can endlessly regrow it versus the copper and iron seems like it's finite, you know, perhaps plentiful. Okay, no more threadbare clothes on the top here. We now are down to bland food as the main negative. And I don't believe I could really solve that without research. So we can just kindly get our taxes paid and then have the Whisker boat show up, and then maybe get ourselves some more farmers and someone educated.
We are a humble race. We rarely make such uncouth demands as may be our right. Yet it has come to the attention of the kingdom that too few colonies are repaying this humility with proper respect. Your colony has appeared on such a list. This is your last warning. Build 8 claw statues worthy of the grace we have shown the Whisker kind.
Okay. Alright. So with this, we can go up here to cotton. Fully deplete the cotton. I'm sitting on so much flax. I did not realize. A gold bullion. Okay, full shipment. And the other stuff I don't really care about, so full shipment it is. Alright, come on. Give me some winter whiskers. Oh, that's not the right boat. That's fine. Carry on. Sure, Sure, I'll take fuel because I don't have fuel. I don't need it, but I figure I'll just take literally anything you're willing to throw at me. Okay, so what do we got this time? So we've got 2 farmers. We do not have an educated person here. But that's still 2 farmers. It'll still satisfy one of the things we're working on. Oh, you're not even finished being constructed yet. Well, that's fine. So I'll toss you over here. Let's grab... one extra one to be a dedicated builder. Since things not getting done doesn't appear to be a matter of material, but rather of throughput. Okay. Office created, policy spot gained. Okay. So, for a bunch of approval, we can get more stuff there. We're not worried about the trash burning. We can go ahead and get the research point one. We'll wait on actually accepting that. Meanwhile, you have a thing where you wanted me to do the Claw's Visage, but I can't do that because you haven't given me the schematic yet, so you know. That's kind of on you. Alright, they are building the other farm. Okay, we'll add you on here as well. Might as well. Keep that production going as fast as we can since we have spare flax. Alright. Yeah, so now the population tax per day is 145. During the winter it was just 5. So with each tax collection being like 3-4 days, we're gonna be sitting at about $500-600. Yeah, it's fine.
Your quality has been found to be undersized. Your tax receipts have not kept pace with an expected growth rate for such a rich island as the one you have been entrusted with. Reach a population of 84 whiskers to remove this stain on our records. 4 whiskers to count in our records. They must not be deceased.
Okay. It's like you're not exploiting the world enough. Get more people. Okay, so there's another farmer. And you still haven't given me an educated person. I'll also grab another of you. And there's the next 2 farmers. Okay.
The insects are...
We claws are a humble race. We rarely make such uncouth demands as may be our...
Alright. So we got them. So basically they want me to continue to expand, but I'm really hurting for an educated whisker. But until we have that, I don't believe I can do any research. I'm kind of stuck with the RNG of waiting for that to give me what I'm looking for. Because I don't think a teacher can, you know, teach above their pay grade or whatever you want to say. Because if I make you a teacher... Yeah, so we'll go back to teaching the random ones to get them all at least apprenticeship and all that, because we have a gifted teacher, so I'd like to keep them teaching. Hey, Rongor, thank you so much for the 95 stream streak. Catch the last 95 streams without missing one. I do appreciate it. So we can also do help satisfy the demand. Let's build another mining camp over here. And we can go... Take 2 more. Are you optimizing? We're not optimizing. Oh, we've got you have nothing nearby to be done. That's okay, so we're gonna move you somewhere. down there. And then what we could do here, let's go mine. And you're out of stuff to forage around there. So we can plunk you down there to start grabbing these berries. Also put on the list to build a land bridge between those. Or we can start running out of foraging stuff again. That's fine. I got a bunch of workers off of it. Right. So what we're looking at is, what is the maximum I can have now? 264. Your job is taking the entire top of the island. No, not a big deal. Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's like, hey, have you ever considered terraforming an entire island, and leveling it out, you two individually as a pair? Get back to work. Okay, so you're still doing your thing there. You're being left to go with that to follow. We'll let that just keep doing its thing. You are being left to follow. You are good for another round of cotton, so get to work on that. You're already got that going. You'll be set to follow. Okay. Cool, yeah, so bland food is the thing we gotta solve.
Droughts in the southern colonies have ruined their cotton harvests. The kingdom needs additional cotton supplies. A generous reward has been authorized for any colonies who meet the requested quota. Plant and harvest 34 cotton. Cotton seeds are enclosed in this parcel.
Okay. So you're the tax collector. I'm gonna go ahead and dip into the flax a bit, because again, that's renewable. We'll drop down to 25, and then we'll use the iron to make the difference. Full shipment. Okay, you got all the trees you nearby cut down. I don't really see a great way to get up to the other trees, but let's see what we can do here. Okay, you got that one there. Okay, supply ship has arrived. Don't really care. Okay, so we can get the statue of the intimidating visage. Alright, so they want me to make a bunch of those. Oh, we also need to assign our people here, so start getting the copper. Alright, so they want me to make 8 of these. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We claws are a humble race. We rarely make
So they give me a minor tax credit
droughts in the southern.
and a little bit of reputation. So the reason I put them over there is those really, really hurt the mood of your whiskers, but they make them walk faster. So I really kind of don't want them. Honestly, what I am going to do... Oh, I get the material back? Well, heck yeah. Just give me my materials back. So you play so many management games, does learning one game make you better at other games and so on? Yeah, and that's true even beyond management games. Because, like, a lot of times you go and say, oh, this thing in this game is just intuitive. So, like, you know, you play a first-person shooter, you move around with WASD. Is this just intuitive? And then the reality is, no, it's not. The first time you open it up, it was weird to have WASD. It's just the fact that you're familiar with it. You've done it before. And it's true of the management games as well. Alright. So we need to send them deeper into the mines, seeking more ore. Yeah, so a lot of times when people say a game is intuitive, the reality of what they're actually describing is there's just a familiarity that they have already played a game like that. And we just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper into this area. And I'm going to keep doing that till there's basically no more ore to be had down there. We'll see how far this rabbit hole goes. Or we dig deep enough and then just magma flows or something like that. I don't think that's a mechanic. But it would be pretty amusing / upsetting if that did happen. And I guess one thing we should do... put a couple things of storage over there. End game screen, too greedily and too deep. Yup. Yup. Too greedily and too deep and Balrog appears. Yep. Alright. So I got that maxed out. So let's check our policies. So I can unlock salvaging a tree stump gets an extra log, don't care that much. Fuel lasts longer, that's fine. We can... oh, it's 300 that we can make the trinkets. Cool. So we learned a bunch of policies we can use. Old Dwarf Fortress had that. You could dig deeper and deeper and deeper, but at a certain point you had a chance of losing the game that way. Yeah. No, I've heard of that a couple of times. And we're just gonna mine all the goodies off this island. So another thing we can do is keep the paths going. Okay, so we got all that built there. And I'm deliberately not building it where it's going to cover up ore. Oh, I just spent all of our planks. That's fine. We just need more planks. Just little by little, they're filling that all in. Okay, that's another field to be made into cotton. You're already doing your thing. All right. Cool. Like we just have more and more layers of these all just working. Imagine eventually, if you have the farms handle the trees, it's probably one of those things that your lumber and all that becomes less and less prevalent of a thing. I'm also curious around with the earthworks, where this is deeper, if I'd be able to connect these two islands. I don't know if that is the thing. We could find out. I don't know if that'll work where it's blue. But we'll see. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, so bland food, I just... Alright. So I really need the Whisker boat to come in here with an Educate Whisker. It's going to be one of those things, I'm going to get the Educate Whisker, and then the speed I'm going to be able to do things is just going to massively pick up. Let's wait to accept any of these, because I do need to have approval to bring in new people. Oh, I think there's a smuggling boat. So you can have the fuel, because I can't actually use that. Yeah, so I can't actually get him enough to, get anything worth smuggling, unfortunately. Alright, what do we got here? No one who is educated. You suck. I'll grab one just to grab one. Yeah, because our food's fine. So we got workers running around doing stuff. I guess I could get an extra excavator. I mean, go over here. And get our, like, groundworks one. And then have them start working on trying to fill this in faster. While our mining people are doing that, because that'll use up some of that material. At least they'll give something for me to do productive. There's got to be a way to push the educated thing. Because it's the school here, unfortunately, isn't a place where you have your people just sit here and learn. You have one person train another. And I don't have anyone eligible of working in the research. So I kind of just need to keep interacting with the cats and doing the cats thing and hope for schematics that are useful until we can manage to snag that. Oh, that's another thing we can do. You can work on that as well. We can get more polished stone out of the stone we're pulling up. But it seems like the smugglers will take polished stone. Okay. Let's see, retrieve 21 positive thoughts related to decorations in a single day. Was an achievement I just got. Okay. Ah, I see. Just checking one thing real fast. All right. And meanwhile, they're pulling up all the copper. Then range you? No. Pretty much the limits right there. Supplier ship has arrived. Supplier ship is not what I need. Okay, so let's see. So the berry bushes are going fine. You're continuing to follow. You're almost the point of being decent. You are on cotton, and we'll let that go to follow when that's done. Let that go to follow when that's done. You're going to follow when you're done. Actually, honestly, that's 87%. It's only 2 different. Just stay on it. Yeah, they're doing their best to get all these prepared. So we can get more and more farmland going. Okay. Meanwhile, we can unlock more stuff. We'll just keep unlocking the policies with our surplus approval. And I'm gonna need to have more whiskers to get higher approval. My concern is if I lean too much in on the food, because this island doesn't have garbage I can do for food, really. It's just an ore island. We are slowly clearing this island up to make more room for me to potentially grow more. It's just taking time. That's the reason I went ahead and got the second person to work on this. Oh, earthworks? There you go. And I got copper ore that we could mine here at some point. Yeah, we're just filling in all the holes. I also wonder if I sit there and like carve this out and have like the one wall, could I just like grow the island out and then dig a pit down? It's probably ridiculous nonsense we can do around that. Can't see. We'll have to wait till daytime. I'm really hoping we get that educated person too, so I can get research online. So this would be the first thing I'd say is some kind of almost like a balance snag, or there needs to be more information snag. Because right now, I could continue building the simple stuff more, and that's fine, but I'm kind of tech locked right now, and I can't get the thing to untech lock myself. So it does feel like we either need a quest or event or something to make it so we either can actively work on getting an educated person, because right now I'm stuck kind of waiting.
Here, Cargo, commuting to work. Every Whisker appreciates a good path. A good, proper path. Nothing better. I love it when I start going in a direction, and poof, as if someone knew my destination, a perfect path is there to lead me on. We could use some more good paths.
Okay, so I have an objective for me to build stone paths. I don't have stone paths. Alright, so there's your cotton. There's your copper ore. Effect. 33% chance of an effect. Okay. We're gonna dig deep on this one. Send large shipment. We'll see if we get something special out of doing that. Reroll for whiskers? Oh, I could. Yeah, but I mean, rerolling for a random whisker doesn't help me that much in itself. I need specific whiskers. Oh, woodcutter. I was confused. I'm like, but there's bushes everywhere. What are you complaining about? Right. Okay, that'll give you a little bit more to cut. Alright, educated. Educated! Done. No other questions. Educated and all that, so we'll grab you. You, and you. So I'll need to build more homes. So I got all the homes over here. Alright, in the meantime, before we get too excited about other stuff, you are no longer needed here. We're going to take our educated one. You go here. And we are going to stack up a bunch of people. And thank you to Parker 4 for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months you've been subbed to the channel. And I do really appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Okay. World bonus. Okay, so it lasts for 3 seasons. We would get 30% faster mining. I'm going to go with the new schematic. I get to choose 2? Sure. Alright, so hold up on these. We can apparently make nicer houses. Which changes my entire prioritization on a lot of stuff. So houses. Okay, so we got the houses there. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to research. Because I was going to make that one. Ah, it's a nicer house for 1. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll keep the plank house going there unless we have something else here. The mushroom cultivator would be not bad. We'll just keep what we got going on. Because the other houses are houses for 2, versus these I'm building are houses for 1. Okay. And this is the forging building. Because we're slowly depleting what's available on the island. Meanwhile, we can go to you. I don't have another excavator specialist handy. That's fine. We'll keep all the builders running around because we need the houses built. For the planks, we do have people working all that. Yeah, so we're educating all that. Hey, Tapoli, how's it going? No problem. I'm glad you people hanging out for the stream and all that stuff. Okay, so that's still going fine. That's still going fine. You got a ton of them pulling up ore. Yeah, so faster mining, which is good. Yeah, so as soon as we get a couple of these educated, we can get the research online, and we're going to start cycling through everyone to get them educated. That is going to massively increase their demands, but it is what it is. We should then be able to also go through and get some other stuff set up for, like the mushroom farming and all that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so bland food and hard labor are the two main ones that are hitting us right now. We'll take the minimum because I don't really need the other goodies. Decorations lift moods, no problem, we could do that. So they want me to build 8 regular decorations and then some over the path decorations. But first, pirates. The pirates have demands. That's fine. I get stuff for days. Yeah, smuggler has shown up. Honestly, probably not right now. So I can go over here and continue adding decorations. Alright, I need you to pause the ship after ship after ship nonsense for a minute. Alright, so now we need path decorations, and those I believe were free when I looked at them previously. Cool. They gave us trinkets and all that. Alright, so what do we got here? Um, got a bunch more houses. Alright, so we should hold off bringing in more people for a little bit here. Because we are just blowing up the size of our place. And that could end up biting us in a big way. In the meantime... Well, no, actually, our stone is falling behind. So that's fine. So we could also go over here. Are you filling in that bridge? No, you're... They're probably working on getting this all taken care of with the earthworks. So let them work on that for a while. The planks aren't keeping up. So that's another thing you can do once we start getting people educated. Let's see, mining speed doubles while you lose material. We'll go ahead and unlock it, but we won't actually implement it. It'll be interesting once we get down here and this gets all filled up. That we could, like, plug the hole with earthworks and just have all sorts of cursed tunnels down below. Actually, for that matter, we will set up the earthworks to be over here. Okay, so let them start filling that in to make more of a subdivision kind of area. Well, not subdivision, make more housing room. And how are you coming along with the education? So we're halfway through getting the full education here. So expectations plus about a half. There's a stairway to heaven on the top of the mountain. Oh yeah, I see it. For that matter, there's nothing stored in you. We get rid of that storage off the top of the mountain. We can start moving it down gradually. Yeah, so we got a bunch of people sleeping outside, which is real bad. We're now going up almost 250 a day in taxes. So we are definitely going to need to start investing in trying to expand our money making. Which we got that going on a little bit over here. It's just taking them time to get all these fields set up and running. Yeah, they're trying to get all the stone cleaned up and all that. So they're spending all our time getting the fields working. Honestly, for right now, stop removing the stones for a minute. And the reason for that is probably get it all planted, try and take advantage of this before the growing season is done, and then during the winter deal with the stones. Okay, so that was all the wood. I definitely overkilled the wood here a lot. So I'll probably end up doing here is I'm probably going to take one of these woodcutter stations whenever it runs out and just get rid of it. We can get over to this island. There's a bunch of growable space there. Meanwhile, this one is almost in the range of being kind of acceptable. So I'll have this one expand to take this area up once it's ready. I could also put housing and stuff over here eventually, too. We could also, once we get unlocked stone roads, that'd be another way to get a bunch of stuff built. Yeah, so right now we're basically waiting on planks. I grew too much too fast, and it's just taking us a while to get the materials to build more houses. Alright, so that was weird. It showed for a second as not having materials, now it shows us having them. Now, let's get through this day. Then I need to stop to use the restroom real quick. Yeah, so right now one problem I have is I'm getting way too much lumber. Now on the plus side, worst case, I can dump the lumber either like to the paws or whatever. They don't pay me as much, but it is renewable, so I'm not super worried about it. It also seems like growing the trees doesn't meaningfully impact the fertility of the soil. Alright. We'll start a new day. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I am back. And let's get things going again. Yeah, so for those who missed what we're going on, we're kind of in a holding pattern. We did finally get our educated person. The only reason we're not doing research yet is I'm having my educated person make more people educated, so then I can toss them into research and then slowly work on educating everyone in our place. So I'll like rotate people out. Okay, so you are out of trees in range. I think at this point, we actually say, hey, you've done a lovely job here, but genuinely I don't need it anymore. Because we still have another one down here, and we can just move that around and rotate to get rid of that, because I'm sitting on so much wood. Alright, tax ship has arrived. So we can go over here, let's get rid of the cotton, and honestly, let's start hitting some of these other stuff that I'm just stockpiling. So it's knocked down. Actually, they're willing to give me some decent amount of money for the logs. It's not great money, but eight ain't bad. Okay. And I don't really care about going for the other stuff. Cool. And don't take more whiskers. I have a bunch of homeless people. Unless we get like one whisker, like, no, that one we really want, we don't take more whiskers until the homeless thing gets sorted. So you're willing to give me food, smooth cut stone, planks. Let's go for the planks. I don't really need the smooth cut stone, but at least the planks will help get these houses happening a bit faster. Another thing we can do is down here somewhere was the logistics hub. Once we get our houses done, let's get a logistics hub down here somewhere. Actually, I got a spot right there. Because we get the logistics hub, and that should bring stuff between storage areas. I don't know how the logic works with that. Oh, you know what I bet it is? It'll try to prioritize moving stuff wherever. So that you can have, like, this is the storage place for fish, this is the storage place for that. Okay, so at this stage, let's go here. And we'll get that all set up. And then during the winter, when everything grows slowly, we'll actually have them remove the rocks, because that's going to be a major ordeal doing that field. Okay, so we got more flax than I know what to do with up here. We got a giant cotton field up here. I will go ahead and chuck down another field back here. Okay. I changed my mind. That one, even if we take the time, I can't make it good enough to be worth my effort. It's like that one says I can get up to 83% on it. This one says 55%, so 55 is pretty awful. Okay, bland food. Alright. Still in the summer, we still have all those built. This is max. Let's see if we can't unlock something else worthwhile. Okay. And we enacted a new thing where Whiskers will make trinkets in their spare time. Okay. Is there anyone here who is utterly amazing? Not really. We're still working on our housing. So let's also take a look at the research. Does it tell me... Oh, right! We straight up research our way up to the next one. Copper bars. So, we don't know how to make a foundry yet. Is that something we see here? Alright, so for smokery, we need the prerequisite of a charcoal furnace. I see. So we'll make the charcoal furnace the priority. That'll give us the various things for... Okay. You should be just about done. Awesome. So once that's done, we will rotate out the students. And I'll put 1 or 2 of them on research here. And like I said, we're just going to start rotating people through getting their education. Okay, and that should get us unstuck, because then we can make charcoal furnace to make our charcoal. That'll make it so we can then make like our foundries and all that kind of stuff to make our ingots and all that. And then we should be back in business of getting a whole lot of stuff happening. And if we look at our research place here, I can put 2 educated workers in there. Does educate help farmers in this game? I did not look into it yet. My assumption is an educated person just has a slightly higher productivity rate in general, and then certain buildings actually have a special thing here where they get a massive bonus. You know, if they're over a certain level of education. And then some buildings you physically must have a certain level of education to work there. Okay, so this foraging hut has nothing left to forage nearby. Yeah, and base productivity increase is pretty standard for a lot of these. I've got 10 people who aren't doing work right now. So we definitely want to get them assigned to something. I love you too. Okay. Love. I will remember. The Alamo. No, I'm teasing. No, I'm teasing. Alright, so you're about to depart. And you're getting lots and lots of the polished brick. Are you done yet? How are you not done? Like, those should be done, like, any second now. And then we do have one... Yeah, we're not gonna make this about... 1 second. We're not gonna make this about politics on the YouTube side. Okay. So yeah, bland food is still the issue. That's okay. I also just realized I couldn't have gotten another person we wanted to because we spent our stuff on policies. Alright, so getting all those houses built. We definitely need to get our workers doing something productive. I most likely will assign them to more farms. I don't want to really just have them farm the top of the mountain. Okay. So you're willing to trade for gold bullion. So how do you feel about giving me gold bullion for polished stone? Throw out some of that. Okay, and here is our taxes, which I am more than ready for. So first, take the trinkets. And how about we try and just keep only 100 logs on hand? And the con will just straight up get rid of. There. There's the taxes paid. I'm just watching that thing being like, please finish. We still don't have enough homes for anyone, so we're gonna wait on that. Plank row house. Well, that's what I was gonna research anyways. Alright, so cancel these buildings here. We're gonna keep the one that's mostly constructed there, but cancel those. Because with the plank row house, huh. That represents 12 housing worth of people. What is the red temperature gauge on the top right? The red temperature gauge on the top right of the school detail page. Oh, it's just telling us warm, pleasant conditions. Basically, eventually it'll get to be cold. And that, you know, you can take penalties when it's cold. But we're in summer, so it's fine. It mostly doesn't become a thing at all till, like, late fall and then winters when it actually kind of matters. Yeah, so what we're going to start doing is knocking down a bunch of these houses and moving them into these ones. Because this, for 3 tiles worth of space, is 2 people. And I want to say they're at a higher tier. Yeah, so they're at a higher tier housing versus that one. So we can start getting rid of the log cabins and going for the nicer houses. Packing them in like sardines. Oh, good. First student's done. All right, and with that, we now officially have 2 researchers. And I'll make sure I've got one person around here who is a great teacher or good teacher as a stat on them. They just weren't the educated one. So with that last spot, let's try and go out of our way to make sure we get the good teachers. That the way they can take over teaching. So, you know, someone who's got a knack for the job doing it. I'm honestly surprised it's taking so long to build stuff with 8 builders and then having the material. Like, that one's just waiting for people to build it, and we got 8 of them to spare. Okay, supplies, don't really care about all this. Get out of here. So you're fine here. Those are doing fine there. You're still getting the flax. Dude, you were just here. Alright. Which building were you? Forging hut. Okay, so I'll get the berry bushes from over there taken care of. Food-wise, we're in great shape because this fishery is just mass-producing food. So we only got 2 homeless people now. Let's tell them to prioritize this one so they're not running around to all the different ones, dropping them off evenly. Yeah, and that research is actually happening, finally. Oh, it's a spinning light. It's like, what on earth? It looked like it was just like a raging fire inside the building. It's like, what is this research? This definitely should not be an indoors kind of thing. Getting the last of those trees up, which is fine. Alright. Yeah, so now we're hurting on planks. Do we have... Ah, we do have you as an apprentice. So that we can speed up the plank production a little bit. Okay, we got another thing that's out of stuff. Okay, so it is the mining one again. Alright, we got a deeper hole for them to dig into to keep pulling up the ore. Meanwhile, we had explorers that we had maxed out their stuff. So your miner, who was the ones that were explorers? It was the wood cutting? Yeah, so the wood cuttery is associated with explorers. So what we can do here is there is Fidget, who is educated. So we just bumped them up. So it doesn't necessarily imply that you're better. So I might be educating them for no reason, but you know, I'm still gonna do it. The good news, they're about a fourth of the way through research that. My understanding... Yeah, it's fine. My understanding with the research from this screen is that we will be spending these planks. No, that actually might be the construction cost. So it might just literally be just research points we gotta wait on. Okay. Okay, so just we're gonna get it all done. Yeah, so just entirely waiting on the planks. We did increase the capacity here. So that's just what we'll do is as we educate people. Okay. Where was the... Okay, we'll just keep educating people. So you just got here. So what other city builder would you compare this to? So it is the building style and aesthetic of Timberborn with the game cycle of, like, Tropico is the way I'd compare it. So, like, the way the game flows is more Tropico, whereas the way you build and expand is more Timberborn. If that makes sense. So, like, you're gonna see I have tax collection that's coming in 2 days, and they just keep escalating what I owe as time goes on and we develop and all that. Okay, so let those fallow, we'll let those fallow. You're still getting the berries. You're still getting the flax. You are good for more cotton. That's still following. Did you figure out how to change their building priorities? So you kind of build show. Yeah, we have it here. I think it's partly a pathing problem because I have to go out and around, and they're probably collecting the planks from way down here. Part of it is I am very low on planks, but they're getting there. This will help here. It's a logistics hub that moves stuff between my warehouses to bring it where I need it, but we're not quite there because I think what we'll end up doing is I'll probably end up getting the sawmill down here. And it'll probably be one of those things that I have, like, all the logs go to one small storage on one side of the sawmill, and then the planks come out the other, so that the people working here don't have lots of pathing. Because I'm willing to bet there's pathing the whole way up here to grab the wood, then pathing the whole way back going on. But right now, rather than fuss at that too much, we're continuing to alter the terrain. So what I'm expecting to happen is as we start building up these houses, I'll start wanting to tear down these not as good houses. And when that happens, that'll open up space for me to put, like, you know, the different smaller storage buildings right next to it to move that along to speed up the rate. Now I no longer have anyone homeless. And these are getting all built here. But I still have 7 people who don't have things they need to be doing. And a big part of that is not having a bunch, like, that much usable space. And this is all terrible soil over here. I'm still not sure how it determines how fertile the soil is when it comes to when you do earthworks. Alright. So our taxes are definitely ramping up. Like, I'm still in more than good shape for it. Yes, I got, like, logs over here. We'll definitely want to move those over here somewhere. Once we get the next one of those built, I'll probably get rid of this log cabin first, because that'll fit right there. But yeah, ouch, 1,000. How often the taxes get collected? Every, like, 3 days or so. It does seem like there's, like, some variance to it. And then, like, during the winter, they just don't show up at all for a while. Cool, so we got you. So logistics hub. Ah, it is our apprentice gifted teacher is that one. Yeah, so once I get the next house built over here, I'm going to tear down this log cabin, and then we'll build one of the houses, or sorry, one of the storage buildings there. And that one will allocate specifically for wood. You know, and then next, the one on the other side will go. Yeah, and that costs planks to put the over-the-path thing. Don't worry about that later. Because my other thought is eventually I'll just make it pass straight here once this is all being replaced. Because genuinely, you can compress almost all of this housing and probably to just this little area with the bigger houses. Rebel against the crown, I believe. So I actually do show up with the entire tax bill for the winter, but during the winter doesn't accrue the taxes fast. Where my primary source of my taxes is how many whiskers I have, which are my people. During the winter, they only charge me like 5-10 gold per day versus like the 200-300 I'm at now. Okay. So we're about halfway through researching the charcoal furnace. I think it is taking planks as well. It could also be a thing, I just need a second building doing planks, which is a very real possibility. Yeah, and the taxes are based at the same size. They are a little on the aggressive side to make it a little bit challenging. And even if you fail, it's not like you just fail to pay the taxes and it goes game over. Each time you do, it hurts your reputation with the claws, with the crown as it were. And then when it bottoms out, they will attack you each time you fail, which is ultimately means they destroy a handful of buildings. So it's kind of one of those things that, you know, obviously you don't want to get there. Alright, so start the next day. Alright, so it's tax day. Day 43? Yeah. Alright, so tax day. So we'll give him the gold bullion. Oh, those trinkets are great. Can I, like, hold shift? Fine, I'll just click and hold. Okay, so we got all that. I'm also going to go ahead and give him a bunch of the flax. Because I don't need that much in storage, so I'll drop that down to 25. And I said the same thing with like the wood, we're going to keep it at about 100. Okay. And for those that don't know Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. Oh, you'll be playing it tomorrow? Nice! The lessons learned, early on, make sure you have some type of ore on where you start. You need an apprentice for certain buildings like fishing. So be mindful that people have the attribute apprentice. It does matter. That's fine. They prioritize planting and stone clearing on your farms before harvesting. So if you grow your farms too fast, you might not get anything out of them. Not in a timely manner, at least. So those would be the things that popped in my head the most. Oh, 1 second. Discovered stowaways. Honestly, of these ones, I will take a stowaway. Go over here. They should have access to all that. Oh, it's like long path? Yeah, I mean, it is. You're not wrong. And there's a housing shortage, but we're already dealing with that. We're building a bunch of houses right here. And a bunch of them are pretty close to being built. I didn't get a look at that. Let's see, so can citizens climb on their own, or stairs must be provided? Stairs must be provided. Just like Timberborn. Interestingly enough, though, empty out this warehouse. Interestingly enough, though, they make it so they appear instantly when you build them, as opposed to a lot of the other games where, you know, it just takes a while for them to happen. You can put a warehouse here and here for right now. But it's just the stairs that seem, like, just stairs and paths that seem to build instantly. Everything else, you have to have your people collect the stuff and do the thing. Why does it seem like my approval vanishes each day? There's something I'm using approval on that I'm not sure about. I do have quite a few policies. Ah, I see. Okay. So basically we're burning it because it uses up approval each day, each output, each pickup. Gotcha. I was wondering, I was like, man, one is not much. Right, so I didn't read that part. So it just basically means at the end of the day, when people aren't busy, they're just burning all of the approval here to make trinkets for the claws, which I'm totally fine with. I don't really need it for more policies and all that. And then the heavy pickup means, yeah, and it's also even like pulsing over here, where each time they go to pick up, it's taking one resource and all that. I'm totally fine with that. Okay, we got the smuggling people rolling in. Okay. Take a bunch of my polished stone and give me some gold bullion. It's pirates. Okay. So paying off the pirates too. Because I got goods to spare, so why would I endanger myself for no reason? My inventory is a struggle. We still need to wait on the housing. We're not gonna bring in more people. All these are gonna get done at like the same time. Alright, with this, we will want to move you down here. And that's all emptied, so we'll go ahead and get rid of you. And then we can pop over here and say it is time to knock down more mountain. Okay. Time to flatten Ore Island? We can do that too, but right now I want to flatten this one down more so that potentially I can get like this big flat area for doing a giant farm on top and all that. Since they can dig with squeak, squawker, squawking. Yes. Let's also, you mentioned that, we actually can do that too. Go here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because then what we can do is build another mining building. Can't really make out what's happening at all with this. Oh, some of that went too deep. It's fine. Because then we can get 2 more excavating people and have them start in that, getting the ore out of there and flattening out the next one. Here, do we have... Oh, I already spent all my approval on stuff being done today. It's fine. Okay, so you only need 4 more planks on that one. So I'll set that to high priority. Oh, we already have... Oh, we got one done. Okay, so with that, I can go into this one. And we can go once again the next day. The amount of one that unearned hard labor. So that house is now gone. Okay, so this one, once it's built, that's going to be dedicated for logs. Meanwhile, we'll go over here. Keep that neighborhood being built. Alright, so there's your gold bullion, there's your cotton. Here are your trinkets. The trinkets aren't worth much. But I get them for, like, basically, I convert approval into them, so I'm not super sweating it. Okay, so storage. I want you to... You only take in logs. Reject all, accept logs. Okay, you are done here. Oh, those are a whole tile below us. And go here. Like ship there, up there. Okay. We keep cutting down trees. And the supply ship I don't care about. We're almost done with our first research. Let's see. We can get a stowaway. We can get heart attack. I'll take the stowaway. That way, the next one of those buildings we get built, we'll take care of this one, and then we can knock down this house. Nothing amazing here right now. Okay, so we got that done. So then this house, it's time to go. Move the plant there. And so from here, small storage building. And for right now, we can plop down as there and there. Let's see, do they actually have kids or... So the only population seems to be through immigration. Alright, so we did get our charcoal furnace, which converts logs into fuel. I'm not going to build that just yet because I'm going to wait till one of those goes away so I have these right here. Or actually what I could do is when we get rid of these two houses, I can build it like right across the street so that we have the logs readily available for it. Meanwhile, logistics, reject all, and you are going to be planks. There you are. So that should massively improve the efficiency of this, because it will be grab log, put in here, put in the planks, repeat that process. Meanwhile, we need to get the next research going. So we can now get an ore furnace, and that'll let me start getting bars and all that. So then if we get the ore furnace online, that should let me get the copper bars to go for the next tier higher research. Okay, you are ready for cotton. You need to follow longer. You're fine. You need to follow longer. Get you to follow as well. Okay, so I'm gonna wait till winter, but then we're gonna set that to start getting rid of the ridiculous amount of stone there. Meanwhile, I have no more approval. I say, meanwhile, let's try and get 2 people here. There we go. Yeah, so let's try and get bland food sorted. What the next research after the ore we can do is there is research I saw that smoke stuff, and I assume we can smoke the fish to take it from bland to at least a neutral, if not good. Yep, those are all getting done. Oh, how is the school doing? Alright, I got 2 openings. So there's the gifted teacher. Alright. So we got Anchor, who is educated and really capable. That's fine. Yeah, so 210 for productivity. Bristle here is educated as well and diligent, so really good. shipper is just an apprentice. Mine out at least 610 stone. I just got an achievement for that. If it's like colonization, population can grow from food surplus with enough starter population, but that would fit a very end game here. Getting rid of the crown and maybe that content is not yet in the game. That could be. It does seem like the idea though is that we would bring our people here, but so far there's no like kids or anything like that in the game. Alright, so we do have space for more people. So we wanted to get the charcoal thing going. So we're gonna go down here. We can knock out these two houses. And that segment of path. Honestly, this segment of path too. And we'll go to our industry. The charcoal furnace. Let's also go to that decoration. So get our charcoal furnace on to start making fuel for when we have ore production. I'll say for the moment, just pull that up. Okay. Yeah, they're getting all that filled in. The stone's fine. The smooth stone's fine. Doing more and more with the planks. How goes the education? We got another opening. Oh, and that staircase serves no purpose. That was up to the top, but we knocked that down. Okay, meanwhile... we're going to want to start having the mine in that farther, too. Okay, we're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to get these couple of harvests out. And then we're going to have them start working on this field properly to get all that stone up. Okay, the smuggler ship is back. I am happy to give you a bunch of cut stone. And one of those. For the gold bullion. Alright, and more whiskers. Okay, so let's bring in a pair of additional farmer. Actually, oh, you're already good. Strong shoulders, so we'll bring in unsafe worker, that's fine. So we're gonna bring in those two and wait till they have a home. And what we'll want to do from there is potentially get another farm going. I'm doing good, Sim. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter? An absolutely fantastic content creator. But yeah, no, I'm doing good. Playing some WhiskerWood, got a early preview of it, and it's been pretty fun. It's very like the building and aesthetic of Timberborn meets the game cycle of like of Tropico. But yeah, for those who don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic. Plays a lot of strategy games, a lot of simulation games. Been playing a lot of Mega Bonk recently, as well as a bit of Ball Pit. But does a do like a whole range of stuff. Good times over there, a lot of similarity between the channels. If you like it here, you'll like it there, and vice versa is going to also be true. But yeah, no, it's good to have you. It was good to have you hanging out. Alright, and with that, we get ourselves some nice, clean charcoal. So probably want to do here is, can I fit a storage building right here? Because then we'll make that a charcoal storage building. Okay, so we have... You are a foraging hut, and you have no more forageables in range. We got a couple forageables over here. We're getting pretty close to fully depleting the island of all of its forageables. We don't have, like, boats or something to go to the other islands easily, unfortunately. Alright, I'm out of approval, so we're not going to get more people yet. We did grab 2 new people with the intention of making them more farmers. Keep letting them get that all cleared out. We're about a fourth of the way through researching our ore production, so we'll be able to smelt ore into other stuff. And once we get another one of these houses built, we'll knock down some of our crappier houses. Keep making it better and better. I do imagine we'll want to have like the stone paths in here, and then put like the decorations over top. It'll be like really tightly packed in there, but I'm okay with it. Yeah, so we gotta get that bland food sorted. All right, so upcoming taxes is... We don't have the upcoming taxes listed here? Okay. That's suspicious. I know in the winter they go away, but we're not in winter yet. Alright, so we're letting that field go to follow. This field is ready for cotton. You can start planting that. This field will let go to follow. That field's going to follow. These ones are still going to follow. Yeah, so it honestly looks like... how long are the seasons? I want to say they're like 7 or 9 days or something. Let's see, I posted your stream link to the game Discord, and the lead dead was impressed. You putting in 7 hours? Oh. Well, thank you. I mean, I'm genuinely just having a good time with it. Alright, so it looks like we got another house built. Let's go over here. And again, we're trying to get rid of these tier 1 houses and bump up to tier 2. Alright, I'm wrong. I did not have another house built. That's okay. Now it's just a motivated construction. He's excited to have his game go live? Oh yeah, no, I imagine. And like very genuinely, the game looks absolutely fantastic. I'm very much enjoying it. I do look forward to scaling. I'd say like generally my experience of what I've had, the one and only negative I'd get it is just trying to get your first educated one is just kind of an RNG thing. That is the one and only negative, is that there's that RNG element of just hoping the boat shows up with someone educated, because we got stuck for a good year just waiting on it. But that's like, considering it's an early access game that literally isn't even out yet, that's a big old nothing burger. Like, I'm sure that'll get tweaked probably 3 or 4 times. Well, you can roll with those wax seals. Yeah, you're not wrong, and I am kind of hoarding them. I think I have, what, 25, 35 of them? So that is partially on me, but also, you know, I don't want to give up my wax seals. Okay, let's get rid of another crappy house. And slowly transition to the better one. You hoard them also, they can be have nice uses there. Yeah, I have no idea what their uses are late game, but it's just one of those things that's like a resource you can't get super fast. So you kind of don't want to use it unless you have a really good reason to use it. Okay, so this one needs to be left to go to follow because the fertilizer's getting low. You're a tester for the last few weeks. They have over 300 hours. Gotcha. Makes sense. Cool, so it looks like we actually got another house done. Okay, so you can't get rid of it while there's someone sleeping here. They're a dedicated crew, you're very impressed? Yeah, no, I'm very much enjoying it. This is excellent. So line up the next houses. And that's gonna start boosting where it says rough and stuffy. Okay, we're officially in winter. Oh, hang on. Logistics, reject all. Where is the coal? Allow. I'm assuming it comes out as... No, it comes out as fuel, not coal. So reject the coal. Alright, fuel, where are you at? Alright, so that way we've got our fuel is right here, our lumber is right there, and our planks are right in this area. So they should be fairly efficient. We don't really need those goods, I'm just taking them because otherwise the claws get mad at me. Yeah, the wax seals, it's a resource you get for completing certain things. Like, paying your taxes in full. Yeah, so that's ready to be harvested. Let's check the school. Okay, so you're right about to be done. And if I'm not mistaken, Grit here is my person who's a talented teacher. So we can have them take over teaching here in a minute. Trying to see... I still don't see a particularly easy way to see how many vacant homes I have. I'm sure it's here on the UI somewhere. Oh, our rebellious fervor or rebellion fervor isn't very high. Yeah, so we're getting our fuel sorted. We're about 2/3 the way towards getting actually summon the ships with them. Oh, gotcha. So it's telling me we got a bunch of supply ships coming in because it's winter. During the winter, a lot of stuff like the tax ship won't come by, the whiskers won't show up, that kind of thing. There's gotta be a way I can see the approval, positive, negative thoughts, all that stuff. Pleasant surrounding, yeah, and hard labor seems like well as ones you probably can't, you know, go through there without a whole lot of things. Alright, so one thing you're gonna run into 'Cause it's gonna be getting cold. We can pop over here by the mines. Have place them to warm up here. Pop by the other mines. There you go. Pop by this area. There you go. Put some heat down here. Alright. Because people are going to start getting cold and have to fight, you know, hypothermia and all that. Okay, we can put one here. Alright, so give that a go and see how we do. Because this winter, it's going to get cold. Good you can. Having a stream with you most of the day relieves anxiety? Yeah. Looks like they've got interesting Whisker tributes. Looking forward to seeing the different types. Yeah. It reminds you a lot of Timberborn. Yes, no, aesthetically and like the way you build is very Timberborn. It's just the actual cycle, like there's no drought, bad water, normal. Like you're not doing water management in this one. Instead it's going a lot with like the Tropico, you know, you are indebted to the crown. In this case, they're called the claws or the cats. So you're indebted with them as you set up this little colony, and they just constantly hammer you with taxes again and again. And the idea is eventually you'd want to get out from under there. Have you done a fly-through Oven Island yet? I don't know what you mean by a fly-through Oven Island. Oh, of a taller island? I have not. Yeah, so right now we can't see what's in there until we mine. But we'd have to get over there. Like right now we're not really able to get very far from our own thing. Oh, so it glitches out where you can see through the train. Gotcha. I see there's a bunch of ore and all of that. Oh, we got another staircase to like nowhere. Something like choice. I saw that there was it a show or a movie they're making of Settlers of Catan, which, you know, okay, sure. I don't see a reason why that shouldn't be permitted or whatever, but it was definitely like a. They're doing what in the huh? They're making. Yeah, no, I could see them making that work. That like just thematically it's Settlers of Catan, but you know, in practice it'll be just that there's some resource limits between different runs, and that, you know, maybe they fight, maybe they do like, you know, trade nonsense or whatever. But I could see it being a lot more on like the drama end of things, with that just being the instigator of the drama is a resource shortage. Okay, so we're right about to get our ore production, which would be excellent. So then, what I could probably do is get rid of that bush there, that decoration. You can put this path here. And it'll put the ore refinery right there. And we could probably fit, you know, wherever we decide to ultimately put the storage building, we can put a storage building over here. Honestly, with this layout here, I can go over here, put a path there, destroy this piece of path. Mild pollution, minus 100. Look, I'm gonna need you to all stop whining. You go, it's too cold. Now there's smoke. Make up your mind. You can have one or the other. Yeah, it's just this main corridor where we got all these fires. We're just smoking them out. Okay, you've got nothing to process nearby. Alright, so it's time to go back down to the mines. Looks like all stuff on that edge is out of range. Can you build houses underground? And those mushroom cultivators you think earlier, can they be underground? I have no idea. All right, so we got our ore furnace, which can make our copper bars. So let's pause there and get our next research lined up. So we can make a copper smithy, which will let me make scissors. I don't know how much we need that. But if we do the smoker, that'll let us make smoked fish. And I think that'll be a good one, because right now, one of my biggest complaints that everyone's giving is bland food. And my assumption is smoking the fish will take it from bland to being literally anything but bland. Oh, you have 2 entrances. Okay. And that gives me 1 spot here. So I can go and put a little planter there for decorations. And we're just demolishing a mountain. Food is still good. Fuel is good. What do you even need there? Cut stone, I got plenty. Okay, so when these get done, we'll be able to get rid of 6 houses. So we're just going to let that just work. And when the block's done, 6 houses will just pop up real quick. And I did see that there's organized heat as a functionality, which I'm assuming would make it so that the pollution isn't nearly as bad, and that I don't have to like babysit and like rebuild these things again and again. Okay, and how are we doing in inventory? Tons of exportable goods. Oh, we don't have a second person working the cafe? Sure. There you go. Have a good time. Alright. Okay, so, first of all, you are being replaced by Grit, because they're a gifted teacher. And get 3 more people in there learning. We would need an apprentice, so I actually don't have someone to spare to work that, which is mildly concerning. It does look like you are literally right about to finish, though. So as soon as that one finishes, we'll get you assigned to start producing the ingots, the copper ingots, bars, whatever they call them. Because that's going to be a thing for Our next researcher here. Oh man. Yeah, no, it's gotta be the planks are our bottleneck here because that thing is already mostly done. So that is just one of those things, just letting that work. Meanwhile, we have you here. So you're gonna be logistics, reject all. And we're gonna go down here to the copper bars and allow that. I imagine eventually you'll want to have like your industrial area where you're producing all your stuff and whatnot. Yeah, no, exactly. They're self-managed, but the mice take care of it. The school system looks like blue colonization too. You mean common ideas? But that's the point. Yeah. Mild pollution, super high. Still at a net positive, which is good. How much more fuel do you have? Alright, so you got probably about 2 more days of fuel. Just waiting on that one to finish its education. Their education, whatever. And that'll be the copper bars going. And then once we get enough copper bars, I will be able to research to go up to the next tech level. Okay, supply ship. I don't really need anything you got, so have a nice time. Oh, the other thing we're going to need, because you also need copper ore nearby. So let's tell them to start filling this in. Because then what we'll do is we'll get another place over here sorted out. You require an apprentice, but I have someone who is educated. Do I need them to only be an apprentice? That feels like that shouldn't work that way. We'll teach them to do that, and we'll see how that works. Oh, you're considered a mining guild one. I was not expected to be a mining guild thing. It could be a specialization thing. Yeah, that should go relatively quick. We'll see if that helps. Alright, so this is the foraging hut. And I believe this island is officially tapped. Let's pause work. Right now I'm going to plunk it way over here. It's just like my reminder being like, hey, come over here. So with that, we'll see if any of those people had enough skill to do this. Nope. Meanwhile, I have a bunch of people who are extremely educated. So let's see. So you have an educated person there. Cool. And I've got 2 people who are educated who can work production. Ah, that's like Explorer. I'm getting caught off by what these ones actually take. So we'll get you in there. Get you in there. Oh. No, it is. Apparently, apprentice is a separate thing than educated. That some places you need an apprentice, not an educated person. So let's see once we get these all set up to apprentice, how that works. We're letting them fill that in, because then we'll get storage built over here, and then we can bring that around to continue to expand. Alright, we're gonna tell them they can remove the rocks. Also, I believe all our fires went out. Or slash, are actively going out now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we gotta fix that real fast, or people are going to quite literally die. So get that one over there. Got the one up there. Already got you being replaced. The one over here. Yeah, no, I heard that I heard the hydrate, but yeah, no, I mean I don't immediately always stop everything I'm doing. Like, you seriously try to do like his half a second. Come on, man. You have a very long path. That is what it is, man. Why does everyone have a super long path? What changed? What broke? Did I block off something urgent? I did. That's why their pathing got terrible. Because they blocked off the top of the staircase, I had to walk the entire way around. Okay, so that should be fine now. Okay, and you're still training the apprentices. The game does get you grinding. Yeah, no, it is. It is a thing that's just going to take time. It's the same thing with Timberborn, where you'll put on, like, I'm going to work on this big project, and it just takes time to do. You're curious to how well this game is received? I think it'll be received very well. I mean, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but what game is? Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we got the smokery done. So let's see. Let's get the organized heating done. Alright, and so what we'll do here is get more of that filled in. In the meantime, Huh. It's fine. We'll just let it happen. Okay, because we're just going to keep working on it. This does remind you of Medieval Timberborn. Yeah, no, like I said, the building and aesthetic is very Timberborn. I 100% agree with that. But as far as the game cycle, it is a very different animal than Timberborn. It would actually, like, I'd argue it has more in common, again, with, like, Tropico, that kind of thing. That's gonna be some spicy taxes. Solid, like, 2,000 something buck taxes. We can keep filling this in. We got our smoker here, and then I'm gonna put 2 storage things here. One for this. Going medieval. I mean, it's very clearly, like, even the date and everything, they very clearly, like, base it around, like, colonial era. Like, literally you have the crown is funding you to live in an archipelago and then taxing the bejeebus out of you, and all that. Like, it's got very, very, very strong, you know, ties towards, like, the whole colonization era. Colonial powers, whatever you want to go with it. Okay, so that's being let to follow. That's ready for cotton. When are you going to rebel? I mean, we haven't had the option, so I can't answer that. Eventually, that's going to be a thing that happens, one would assume, but there is a progression to the game. But it is implied that that's kind of either something that happens during the game, or end game, or late game, or something. Like, it's part of what goes on here. Okay, so that's the mining in this area. So let's go here. And those are too far away for me to reach. Okay, we're just connecting all this to try and get all this copper that's down here. Oh, I got more goods down here. I'm assuming eventually we hit a limit on how far down I can go. Without needing to, bring things over. Okay, so that should have it where you're satisfied that you've got more you can mine nearby. Okay, so you're almost done training our new apprentices. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because getting everyone moved out of their individual houses into this nice little neighborhood of nothing but townhouses that are all exactly identical. It's just the way it be. Educated. Yep, that's what it is. Apprentice is its own thing. Alright, so the good news is we're going to be ready for more whiskers here in not too long. Really long path. Where are you going? You are a weaver? Ah, I see. We'll slowly get it all converted over so that we get the pathing solved. That's a good thing to know now, so that in the future when I'm building these things, that we can make storage places right by each and every building that specifically does the stuff for that building. Just to streamline the movement all over the map. Ooh, we're actually getting low on logs. Been a long time coming for that. So I can do here. Is that a path that drops down there? Which one are you? You're the woodcutter. So that gives you access to these ones. The whiskers begin to doubt you. Where did all my food go? I had so much. Stop worrying about the stones. I blinked and suddenly it was like, oh, like 150 food disappeared very recently. That's pretty bad. Smoker? It's not built. So it's not the smoker yet. Is it just a storage issue, maybe? You know what? I will take the quick food. So I got room right here. What I can do here is make that a storage thing just for fish. So it's right by where the dock here is. I mean, a big part of it is we're not getting any of the berries from here right now because winter. And the other foraging thing, basically we knocked up pretty close to all the. There's a couple of berries on the island. Probably not worth going. Yeah, I mean those two, just getting to them is gonna be a pain. Actually, that's not true. Put you here. That's fine. We got a path down there. Alright, so let's grab this. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for hanging out, all that stuff. We can unpause this building. Oh, I have 2 spare builders. We'll leave you there. And we're at the point of just needing more people. So basically my approval rate's getting pretty bad because of all the pollution right here downtown because we're using fires to keep everyone warm. So that should go away soon. Once we get this stuff built over here, we'll be in really good shape because at that stage we'll be able to take care of that. We're also not being supplemented by all the berries. And those berries do actually quite a bit for it. How are we doing on flax? 41. Is there any resource that we're doing alarmingly too much? I mean, I do have a lot of fuel and a lot of iron. But my anticipation is we will be using a lot of that in our furnace here. And once that happens, that'll be the whole thing. And that also apparently creates pollution, which no shocker there. Yeah, and then the trees, got those growing over here. No, they're over where? Not really making much progress on that. Okay. Yes, we're back in the positive. But yeah, so before we take on any more of them, we're going to need to get more food happening. It's like, oh, are those running out? Come on, man. I got 1 day left. How are they doing? Is that one that we can ignore it for 1 day? How much time do you have? Alright, let's put down 1 fire down here. That way, if someone does get in trouble, they can run over there. Okay. So one thing that it could be, let's unassign you and just have one person working it. I think it's like literally I'm making so much fuel so fast that we're just burning all of our wood quite literally. Because my fuel is doing extremely well. And with that, we are making our copper bars. Once this research is done, we can go ahead and try and pursue the research for the next tier. No, we're even researching. Are we doing the mushrooms now? No, we're doing the organized heat. Yeah, so next we can go ahead and do the research tier 1. And now I guess that's interesting. So some of these... Oh, okay. So some of these things that we're getting the patterns for completely skip entire tech trees if you go through the claws. 2,600 in taxes. Here, getting all that sorted, so I should be able to go in here now. And plunk down 2 storage buildings. One for the copper ore, the other for the copper bars. You already have the copper bars. And you have the fuel. Yeah, so the copper bars... we will do the grilled fish. You are over here to be reject all. And I want the fish themselves as the only thing in here. So they take the fish from there, they put it in that. You know, move it into here as they need. And it'll probably be okay. So we'll have the grilled fish over here and the bars. cutting down all the trees that are left. Alright, so mild pollution is starting to go down a lot. And we are officially in spring now. So hopefully that'll be the end of some of those problems. Yeah, so you're just continuing to get flax. That's good news. And what is going on with you that I'm just not seeing these trees get replanted? Oh, they're still harvesting them. And they just can't keep up. That's fair. Alright, tax ship has arrived. There's gotta be a better way to top this off. Because the shift does it, but it just makes weird noises. It gives it in groups of 5. Alright, so we got that. We can get the gold bar. I can't use the iron yet. Alright, so we got rid of a bunch of taxes there. Okay. So Craftsmaster with that would be good. Oh, I don't have the stuff we need. So we can get rations, we can get a stowaway. I'm just gonna take the rations for right now because our food is low. And we're still building the houses for the next wave. And we still need planks for everything. Okay, so you're going to be storage. Reject all. We're going to go down to the copper bars. Allow that. Storage. Logistics, reject all. Smoked fish is the only one you accept. Okay, so once we get this thing built, we'll start having our smoked fish roll through here. Alright. So I'm going to switch you over to berries. I don't need that much flax, and that'll help with our food situation. Meanwhile, it still's actually 23 degrees outside, which is a bit surprising for it to be that cold. Okay. Let me make sure they dig that first top area off first. We got plenty of stone. They're not really able to keep up with that. How is the school doing? Okay, they're getting ready to get the next round of educated ones. We're almost done with our next research. Honestly, probably not the worst idea to make a second sawmill. Okay, so we still dealing with the bland food. Just waiting on planks. Alright, so let's plan for so it'd be... Yeah, you come out here, so I'd have to have this go around this way. Let's plan for them to fill this area in. And then maybe I'll be able to put another sawmill over here. Oh, it's not that. We're out of wood. Just fully out of wood. I'm gonna need more farms. You have wood? That's good enough for me. And it's gone. Okay, so we've got them getting the next round of berries going. You've got the cotton here that's going fine. That one's being left to follow. And it's just taking forever to do anything with that. You've got cotton going. You're being left to go to follow. Organized heat. Cool. So with that, let's start researching into the higher tech. And you're making the smooth stone, that's fine. Yeah, we can get over here. This is ripe to be a bunch of farmland and all that. But it's just going to take time to continue to build and expand. So what I can do is this area can be made into farmland up here. I'll worry about those later. So we can go over here real quick. So from here, that'll be berries. That'll be berries. That'll be berries. And then once we get these houses built over here, I'll knock those down and put another way to be more direct down. Okay. So yet another project to be done. Yeah, because our food is juggling. We're managing to not run out. We're definitely not doing great. It could be another thing that I just need to get another fish production place. Probably, honestly, not the worst idea as is to do that. I could probably put it over here somewhere. Go like this. They could just take the top part off. Yeah, so we're still hovering right on the edge so far as a lot of this. Okay. We can also see if I am able to fill it in too deep. I actually don't know what the rules are with any of it. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing one, so thank you. Do appreciate it. So, no students. Alright. Pop down to some of these buildings and see what we can make happen. So this actually goes under that category. So we got those ones assigned. They're all educated. You're all educated. You don't actually have anyone working there. Can't assign anyone else there. Can't assign anyone else there. Nope. Get them educated. Okay, and you're just an apprentice. So you can go ahead and grab you. I'm curious if you can be both an apprentice and educated, or if it's an either or. So we'll test that next. Yeah, so I can't really farm up there farther, not with this one. This area is just all garbage dirt. We've got this all starting to build up. Okay, so let's start getting rid of some of these crappier houses. Okay. So we got a bunch of those cleared out. And so with that, we can get ourselves a little bit of a shortcut by doing this. Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to have all those houses gone. And it'll be a matter of decorating all this area. Because what we can do is we can put the over-top decorations there. But I'm also hoping that maybe I can put a bunch down here. Okay. So we want 2 more farmers. With 2 more farmers, we'll be able to get more going on there. We also probably could use more whiskers. The big problem I'm going to run into right now is that food's not going to happen immediately. And we're just going to need to get... Like, we need the food, and we need the people to get the food. We're kind of in that weird middle area. And this is slowly recovering. Painfully slowly. I figure it's one of those things that once we get it up higher, it'll be fine. Show is out of food. We now officially have people who are hungry. Which is something I really don't want to see. That's a smuggler ship, so that's not going to help me too much. Okay, so you get rid of a bunch of cut stone. Alright, so we got a whisker ship has arrived. And as much, I don't have the goodwill. That's fine. It's not really fine, but we're gonna pretend it's fine. Okay, so you're waiting on materials. That's all fine. You two are just churning away on this. We've got the research going. So what we're probably gonna actually do here is right now we're gonna pause the work there, shut her down, get our people over here. Get you two over here. Leave the other 4 to build. So that way we can start getting more farmland doing its thing. In the meantime, let's go to this. We can shut you down for right now. Because I've got 179 fuel and it continues to climb. So we can hopefully get that all in a better place. Okay, they're planting a new round of berries there. They are starting to get the wood resolved on this area, so that's good news. We did switch this over to no longer be flax up here, but instead to be more berries. So that'll help that out as well. How are we doing on flax? We're probably swimming in it? No, actually, I'm only okay. It's fine. And you are just not going up, despite being set to follow forever. I think where it's got this max number here, I think it's taking the max of the area it's covered, not like the average or any of that. So stuff like this, I don't think is going to actually get that much higher. I'm down to just leave it alone for right now. Okay, so at least we're not starving, but we are struggling really hard on that food. Okay. Nope, we did run out of food. And you are set to follow. Okay, yeah, so the problem we got right now is just basically trying to get our food stabilized. Like, we're not starving, but we're right on that fence where I am getting hungry people each day. So we gotta get ahead of that. And I do have a lot of plants going in the ground. We have stone for graves, though? You're not wrong. We'll get that ready. Okay, so the tax collector. So take the trinkets. Take the cotton. Take just enough copper to push it over the edge. Alright. Yeah, no, we had that earlier. Because it comes out in like a zigzag pattern. We have them appearing over here, which is funny. Okay, so you've got food. That's 14 food. That'll help boost us a little bit. We just gotta ride this out till we start getting some goods. Let's see. You're gonna give me plank. Honestly, the planks are what I need the most. There you go, just continue to knock out houses until we get to that. Continue to get the upgraded houses. And then go in here. Oh, fatal error. Now we get to see how well the game saves. And the error's message was literally fatal error with no additional information. It did not like me getting rid of that last flowers. It was like, those are the prettiest flowers. Why would you get rid of my prettiest flowers? Okay, so autosave. So let's see how far back this was. Because I have no idea the distance between save points. Alright. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Let's give that a moment to reload. Bug hunt, can I see? Yeah, and that's the thing that, honestly, all things considered, we're, what, 8.5 hours into the stream, and that is the first, like, proper bug or crash or anything we've had of that nature. So that's not bad. Considering, again, this is like an early preview of an early access game. And we haven't had anything, like, super weird happen and whatever. Okay, so let's see. So you're set to berries. We have the houses have not been deleted yet. Okay, so basically we lost about 1 day, 1 in-game day. I think that's about the only thing I did. Because we already had the other farm. Because we got the farm there, we got the farm here. We got this farm. Yeah, we already had the stairs going down. Yeah, so we only lost about 1 in-game day. Not even a full day with that, because we paid the taxes, and it was during the day that we paid the taxes that it crashed. Okay. Rest in the day. We got a bunch of hungry people again. No one's starving yet, but it's not good. Okay, so let's go ahead, and there's your trinkets. There's your cotton. So what's interesting is now that thing's sitting at 60%. I don't think it was that high the last time. Okay, and luckily we get the same result here, where they gave me some money, or some food. There's the planks. And so right now we're about where we were when the crash happened. Yeah, just continue to get more and more berries planted. You've got all that planted, but you're never harvesting it. Yeah, there's the way there. And there's a direct route up and down. Fine, they're getting it all sorted. They're waiting for them to get this area sorted out, because when that's done, we'll get the next thing. How are you doing over here? So you're waiting on planks, like everything else. And we're trying to fill this area in so it can potentially increase plank production, but that's also one that's waiting on wood. The logs itself are becoming the bottleneck. We are getting rid of the last of the trees on here, and then we just have the giant farm over here for more. You're starting to doubt the big farm atop the mountain? Thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 22 months. Almost 2 years you've been subbed to the channel. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. I do have been enjoying the stream. Yeah, so I mean, there's no farm up here. We're like literally lowering the mountain. It is gradually going to get that brought down. It's basically becoming a giant source of stone, which we're using to make our polished stone and all that. We're also pulling up any ore we find along the way. And then eventually... Yeah, no, it's like, so what's going to end up happening is we're going to get the ability to make fertilizer. And I believe that's going to be what we can use to change the soil. Okay, we have our first person who is officially on the edge of starvation. And we have pirates. Get out of here, pirates. That's a whisker ship, not a supply ship. Okay, was there something I was short on? Probably don't invite more mouths to feed right now. Oh yeah, the graves did not get built. It's fine. To be fair, we're out of plank, so let's try and leave that alone. I'm really hoping... I'm hoping you'll go get food, because there is food available. Not a lot of it. I'm really hoping you'll go get it before you die. Come on, go get the food. You're right there. Hey, didn't die of starvation. Because we're now officially getting the harvest out of here, so that's pretty good news. And this is all getting ready to be harvestable too. Just a little bit longer, it'll be on the other side of this. So it's at high priority on the smokery. So no one is hungry. Everyone ate. And we still have a little bit of food left. It's probably gonna run out before the day's done, but that's okay. Oh, another supply ship. Sure. Yeah, we'll take the cheapest one. Have a tiny bit more food. And drink all the tea. Okay. So we had a few people who are going to be hungry going into today. Not nearly as many as last time. And then, like I said, this one, over half that field is already ready to harvest. That one's about halfway ready to harvest. This one's about halfway ready to harvest. Honestly, let's dismiss this ship. Okay, so you are out of stuff nearby. This is the foraging hut. And I'm pretty sure that means you're done. There's literally nothing left for you here. So pause your work. Attack ship has arrived. Okay, so we got the taxes paid. Cool, we got the smoker ready. This is a farming building. Do we have... I will grab a farmer. I will take your rations. So we're going to unpause the work. Let's get Grit back in charge. Grit is not available. I have no idea what Grit's assigned to. Oh, wait, what? Grit was right there. Huh? Oh, this is the other Grit. Okay, that's fine. So I got people working on the smokery. And we'll just pause work on that again. It's fine. Okay, we're finally seeing food go up. Oh, and this is nice. So we actually turned a little bit of fish into slightly more smoked fish. It also gives them a little bit better ability to work, and it's got food that's a higher quality or whatever. And it looks like it's an extra output. So with the extra output stacking, I have a 25% chance every time I grab fish from the dock of getting an extra one. And then when I smoke it, I have every single time I do it, I have a chance of getting an extra smoked fish. So I can double up on the RNG chance for more food. So that should help a great deal. I still think we want to get a second dock going. Probably also want to get more tree production going on. But to figure that out. I think the answer is going to be going to an island like this and just making a ridiculous amount of tree production and all that stuff. Food is stabilizing, little by little. We ended the day, no one is hungry. Okay, we got more houses built. Like I said, one of my hopes is I'll be able to put some more farm down here. Okay, so we've got 5 people not assigned to things. So we're gonna go ahead and want more. Yeah, so one excavating people and farming people. Yeah, so all in all, nobody died. We did have one person get close to starving, but we did recover. We actually apparently have someone hungry somewhere. Oh no, it's not hungry, low food, which is fair. We are still in the recovery. Yeah, so let those keep doing their thing. You honestly can probably be set to berries. Yeah, so he still wants me to raise the population. Right now we're just struggling with real estate. Okay, just cleaning stuff up little by little. Nothing for everyone. Putting stones deep into water? Yep. We are slowly building this up. We also have to build that up still. Enough that I can get over here. It'll take a while. We only got those last couple of houses over here, and then we'll have everyone moved into the better houses. Then we can repurpose all that land to something. Ambiguously speaking. Okay. Hey, look at that. We're actually getting good approval now. We can turn over here and potentially unlock new things. Literally, that's the last one. So we've unlocked everything we have access to right now. Meanwhile, like the research, my hope is we'll be able to go down here. So chemists can make saline and soap. We can do wheat. What I'm really hoping for is we'll have somewhere down in here the ability to make fertilizer. A sifting tower. Water pumping. Yes, that's all home. That's apparently elevators and all that. Decorative fountains. Stone paths. Assembles ropes and nets for fishing. Because once I get fertilizer, I'm assuming we can start converting a lot of this. Let's actually just look at the tech tree and see if it's in here. Let's see. Potash potash fertilizer. Yes, that'd be the next whole tier up. That we can then make fertilizer. And then with the fertilizer, the assumption would be I can convert the soil. Because it mentions here that if we use the fertilizer, it'll actually, the implication is it will permanently increase the recovery limit. So we could take a spot like this down here, the recovery limit's not that high, and make that soil better. Let's see. That's fine. I'll take a little tea, a little food. And the entire, like, this whole area being residential is just becoming one little street right there. Then we'll get another fishery going. Yep, and here comes all the berries. Smells like a fire hazard. Well, so far we haven't seen fire as a mechanic. I don't think it's one, but if it is, then yeah, like having your entire residential in one concentrated block, probably not the play. Yeah, so you're going a little bit slow up there because all of that storage is getting pretty full. Yeah, there we go. Our food's actually getting properly good. We're bringing the fish in. We're getting it all cooked up. Fuel is still fine. Once we get the last of these houses swapped out, it means I won't be absolutely tanking my planks at all times. It also means I should be able to go down here and make this into a little bit more farmland. Oh, one thing we can do. So we can build 2 more storages right here. And one of those will be flax and the other one will be for the shirts. Warning me that food is low again, because it's always low. And they've almost got that sorted out where I can get like another place for fish like right over here somewhere. Okay. I am going to expand. So let's grab you, and we'll stop there. Yeah, I've lost where our great teacher has gone. We're doing a very, very slow expansion on the population to keep it going up. Oh, you're not included? Let's get that fixed. Okay. So expanded a couple of those farms a little bit more over there. That's going a long way. It'll be one thing when we get the stone paths, we can go and start building a stone path through here and decorating and all that. We're just stuck here waiting on the planks for research. I think, yeah, we're more than good on the copper bars. My assumption is the copper bars are worth plenty more than the copper ore by itself, but we'll see. Is that Timberborn? No, this is WhiskerWood. Aesthetically, it's very similar to Timberborn, but gameplay loop, it's way more like Tropico. So the idea is you have the cats are the crown, and you are mice who are like under their oppression. But the idea is they have sent you out to set up this colony and indebted you in doing so, and then they tax you aggressively. And so you're eventually trying to get out from underneath their tyranny, but in the interim, you're just trying to survive. Okay, we got the smugglers here. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a gold bullion. Okay, and then here's the taxes. So you can have the gold bullion. We have not made any trinkets at all. So we paid our taxes. So I think we're actually slowly losing ground now on the taxes. And a big part of that is we are continuing to accrue more stuff, and we haven't really scaled up our production. So I'm going to go ahead and grab you and you. Just give me the planks. So for the moment, I'm going ahead and just taking people here and there. And you can't reach all of that. You get about everything you can reach covered already. You have everything you can reach for the most part covered. I don't think that spot's going to be any good yet. This spot's clearly not going to be any good for a farmer. We can't quite get out to these periphery here. But I am trying to hold out for when we can get in our fish dock over here. It's part of the reason I've been accepting the people we've been accepting. Actually, you know, you could probably put the fish thing way over here somewhere. But trying to just hold out and let them get this done. Catalyst table salt. Okay, so basically I get more food if I use the table salt to supplement. We don't have table salt, but it's good to know for later that we can kind of increase the throughput of the building by amending it with stuff later. Yeah, so we're getting fish are like 89 seconds and all that. Okay, so we got the supply ship. That's gonna give me 31 planks. I'm down. That'll boost a lot of stuff for me. And our food is struggling again as we're between harvests. We got all of this over here. All of this is just berries. That should really, really magnify the amount of food we get. Apparently a second round of... okay. So that is me spending a lot on taxes to just bring in a ridiculous amount of planks, but that'll be good. That'll get a bunch of this housing all sorted over here. Also, we're right about to finish our research, which will unlock the Tech 2 research. But yeah, so it definitely feels like the kind of city builder where you're not just going to sit down and, like, it's not like the old SimCities or the old City Skylines where you could sit down, have a play session, and then have, like, big chunk of the map all taken over rapidly. It is one that definitely seems like it's going to take you a little bit of time. Okay, so we wanted to do stone paths. I can get those going. And that'd give me a use for all the cut stone. And most likely it'll be a faster movement speed thing that'll help a great deal. Okay, and we got more housing. So we got 3 more houses over here and 4 down there. And these ones aren't as critical because these actually are tier 2s. They're just not tier 2s that take 2 people, they only take 1. You know, all that's still doing its thing. Okay, so move that up so you can keep working all that a little bit better. Yeah, right now our food is a big pain point. Like, we get so much, but we're eating like almost 100 food a day because a lot of my mice, because of stuff they got going on, actually double rations. Okay, so they can actually fill in multiple tiles deep. That was something we were wondering earlier. I could definitely also see this being like Timberborn, where you can set up like your giant massive reservoir project and then just let the game cycle for a while. Now granted, I haven't checked. Yeah. With the end of each day having the report, you wouldn't be able to like fully just like let the game churn away kind of thing. And all that, which I think is fine. So we get the last of our house upgrades. Tax collector. There's your cotton. All right. This is not great. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? They don't want the copper bars at all. They want copper ore. Copper bars is a no-go for them. Okay, I mean, that's fine. We just need to keep other stuff coming in. Alright, so... sure, that's fine. Okay, so I brought 2 more in, so I've got a lot of people who aren't working. Several of them are farmers and all that. We definitely want to get the expanded stuff going on here. They're just pulling up stone primarily up here. Down here's where they're pulling up the copper and all that. We're also pulling good ore over here too. You have been idle in your workplace this whole time. You monsters. How dare you? Why are you not doing that? All right, let's go over here. Let's try this. Okay, weirdly they were just stuck. Okay, so that'll help, because that's where a lot of our ore is coming. Oh yeah, no, we got our teacher. We put a pause on that right now. I could probably get it going again. So I can get people going back to getting education. Alright, so we got those. And that should be enough houses for literally everybody. And there are people who are in poor dwellings and all that has gone down. You cannot reach your workplace. Oh, right. That's why we didn't set that here. Cancel you. And you. Right. So, I'll have to go over here and start the next block. Oh, that's not enough. It needs to be one more tile out. We've got a very long path, apparently. Okay, guys, stone paths are now available. So with that, we have carpenters, stone stairs, we can go up the stone houses. Well, let's not worry about that. We can get bronze, medium warehouse, water pumps. Let's not worry about that. Let's go back for the mushrooms. It's a shame all of this stuff requires planks. But the good news is, with stone paths, they just require polished stone. Actually, let's change this. Because now I get all this polished stone that's been sitting around this whole time. And then with that, we can turn around and actually start putting up some decorations. Oh, interesting. Before it's going to let me put those over top here. Okay. So we got some decorations over here. We'll want to go over there. Get rid of those ones. All right. And just like that, we have nothing but the fancy houses. Is that a bug? What a bug. No, I don't think that's a bug. I think I misunderstood that. I thought it was a path. Oh, here.
Your colony has been found.
All right. Did the stone path make land? No, so they will, they'll put like wood stilts on it, underneath it. So you can use them to bridge between stuff much quicker, actually. Alright, just like that, we're able to start making all these stone paths, starting to make nice things. We can go over here. Oh, I see. That's fine. We'll just make that stone path as well, so it's kind of like a plaza look. All right, so it's bland food is still the main culprit for a lot of stuff. We're working on that. Realistically, I need a second one of the smokers, which will get going.
Our records indicate you have received more whiskers than your colony has productive jobs. Remember, idle hands lead to dangerous thinking. Reduce the unemployed to a manageable population.
Okay, so they're basically saying, like, you have too many people not working. Meanwhile, I can make you go away pretty easily. Okay, so I've got 7 people who aren't working, and that's what they're complaining about. Supplier has arrived, that's fine. Okay, so you've got a long path. Oh, you have no assignment, you're just moving stuff from wherever. So I'm curious if we can finally see how close I can get this dock here. I mean, I can literally put it right there. And then with that, we can turn over here. And I'd be able to put the next smokery right there. Or wherever it ends up fitting. Actually, yeah, you can put it over here. That's fine. And almost instantly getting the next fishing dock done, which then we'll be able to assign people to that. Okay, I don't have the right people for this, but we're just gonna deal with it.
Our record.
Okay, and they gave me an extra person. But yeah, and that'll be another person who will be bringing in more fish. But yeah, then we can put like another smoker like right here somewhere. And that'll continue to let me escalate our food. Alright, that said, chat, it is unfortunately getting ready to be around that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night and all that stuff. I do hope you have enjoyed WhiskerWood. It is coming out on, I believe, November 6th. Early access, you'll be able to pick it up and all that stuff. I got an early preview, which is pretty awesome. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that most likely there will not be a stream tomorrow because it's normally my day off. There is a small chance that there might be a cool opportunity that comes up. If it does happen, and I'm not going to say what it is, that way the devs don't, feel like I'm negatively speaking about them if it doesn't happen. There is a chance I might do like a half stream, the later half. I do have plans tomorrow that I can't move around or whatever, but I would not plan on there being a stream tomorrow, but there is a small chance. Otherwise, we go back to having our Saturday stream and all that stuff. But in the meantime, I am curious if the next stream will give Necess a go. I'm very much enjoying this. I think this is excellent. We are just kind of running into the problem where it's just taking a while for stuff to happen, which is the exact same thing that happens mid-game Timberborn, which can be a lot of fun. But I could see playing more of this on the stream. I do enjoy this. I think this is excellent. I think it scratches the same itch. We'll see what Saturday holds. Regardless, with all that said, I am going to go ahead and if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for all you because I don't have a host ready. But if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I am going to go find someone